Narayan Namaste. Welcome back to Zeel Astrology, your go-to channel for all things Vedic astrology. A very happy new year, first of all. 2026 is here, and I hope that you all find peace and happiness in this year and the coming years ahead. Now, for 2026 analysis, this year, 2026 is going to be an important year for all of us. In this video, I will be talking about some major planetary transits and a few important phases of the year 2026. These are the periods that can shape the overall tone of the year. And before you jump to ascendant-wise analysis, I really suggest that please listen to this general analysis part of this video and then move to your ascendant-wise analysis, because this will actually give you an idea of how this year can go in general for all of us and how you can blend it with your ascendant-wise analysis. And I want to say this very honestly from the beginning, that 2026 may not feel very easy for many of us, especially when we look at things from a global point of view and even at personal point as well. At the same time, how these transits affect you personally will depend completely on your own birth chart, your planetary placements and your running dashas. This analysis is general in nature, whether I talk about the overall energy of 2026 or about ascendant wise or moon sign wise effects. Everything here is a broad overview. Your personal experience can be very different depending on your individual chart and planetary position and strengths and dasha and everything else. And please do subscribe to our channel and like and share these videos with your friends and family. And also do hype and help this video reach more people. Your support really means a lot and helps this channel grow and continue. Also, don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss any new update on this channel. You can also follow Zeel Astrology on Instagram now, and for personal consultations, feel free to email me. All the links are given in the description box below. Now, if we start with the month of January, the first major shift happens when Saturn enters Uttar Bhadrapad Nakshatra on 20th January. With this movement in 2026, the most intense and active phase of Saturn's transit in Pisces truly begins. Because from here, the peak phase of Saturn's transit in Pisces begins. From this point onward, we may start noticing more visible and stronger results of Saturn's presence in Pisces. And Uttar Bhadrapada is the nakshatra ruled by Saturn itself. Uttar Bhadrapada is considered a little more balanced in nature than Purva Bhadrapada. However, because Uttar Bhadrapada is ruled by Saturn itself and because it carries a serpentine energy, so it is not always easy to predict how events will unfold. And this nakshatra has a very deep and mysterious nature, and its movement can feel sudden or unexpected at certain points. To explain it in a simple way, it is like standing in front of a snake. You cannot be sure whether it will stay calm, move away, or react suddenly. In a similar way, Saturn and Uttar Bhadrapada can create situations that are powerful but not always easy to understand in advance. Saturn will be very strong here in this nakshatra because it is ruled by Saturn itself, and at the same time Rahu is placed in Shatabisha nakshatra in Aquarius, where Rahu is also powerful because Aquarius and Shatabisha is both ruled by Rahu. Rahu co-rules Aquarius and Shatabisha is ruled by Rahu. Now, when we focus specifically on Saturn's transit in Uttar Bhadrapada, this period can bring better financial opportunities for many people depending on their charts. It is also a very supportive nakshatra for spiritual growth and inner development. Uttar Bhadrapada represents a soul that has already gone through intense cleansing in Pura Bhadrapada and has emerged wiser and more evolved. Because of this, people who are already spiritually inclined or who are growing on a deeper soul level may experience a strong phase of spiritual maturity and understanding during this transit. At the same time, since this is the peak phase of Saturn, it will naturally test us. Saturn may test our patience, our honesty or discipline, and our ability to stay committed during difficult periods. Pisces in the Kalpurush Kundli is connected with the 12th house, which is linked to endings, release, letting go, moksha. Because of this, this period can also bring losses for some people, and these losses do not always have to be negative, but they do involve separation or sacrifice in some form. When I look at Saturn's position in Uttar Bhadrapada, its peak phase in Pisces, and the other planetary movements coming up in 2026, I feel that on a global level, there may be a significant losses or major shifts. These losses can take many forms. They may be material, emotional, or related to people, systems, or situations, and the exact nature will differ from person to person based on that chart. One thing that seems common in 2026 is the theme of sacrifice. You may have to let go of something. For someone, this will be a conscious and a voluntary decision. For others, it may feel forced by circumstances. This energy is likely to remain active throughout the year 2026. I would suggest that staying mentally prepared for the change and trying to approach this year with patience and acceptance and inner strength as well. After this, another strong energy shift takes place in February 2026. It is that during this time, Mars, Sun, Mercury and Venus will enter the sign of Aquarius and join Rahu here. Mercury will turn retrograde in Aquarius, and this planetary combination, planetary war, makes February, March, and some days of April very important and sensitive period. Aquarius is not a very comfortable sign for Mars or Sun so their energy does not flow smoothly here. With Mars and Rahu coming together in Aquarius, it creates Angarak Yoga. Along with this, Sun, Mercury and Venus will be also present in Aquarius. So many planets gathering in this one sign creates a lot of pressure. This planetary combination in Aquarius makes this period very crucial period, especially for the early part of 2026. As these planets slowly start leaving Aquarius towards the end of March into early April approximately, they will move into Pisces one by one. There they will come face to face with Saturn. So even after the Aquarius phase ends, their interaction with Saturn in Pisces will remain very important and impactful. If we look at the time from February till March, when all these planets are together in Aquarius, it can create a lot of restlessness, anger within people. Aggression levels will rise among people, and it may become harder for people to stay calm or think clearly. This kind of energy can sometimes lead to internal conflicts, disagreements, and unrest within the countries, within the people, within the society. This planetary combination can also create war-like situations. During February, we will also witness the first solar eclipse of the year, happening while this intense Aquarius energy is active. So this can further disturb the balance, and issues related to power, authority, and systems may come under stress during this period. There can be a visible increase in hidden issues, including corruption within the government, governments across different parts of the world. Because Rahu is very strong in Aquarius, especially in Shatapisha, so it tends to amplify whatever it touches. However, the presence of Sun here also means that some of these hidden matters may come into open. Sun will be aspecting its own sign Leo as well, also influencing Ketu, which is positioned in the sign of Leo. And Sun obviously is the dispositor of Ketu. And along with Sun, Mars, Mercury, Venus will also influence Leo with their aspect. So this means that not only Aquarius but also Leo will also feel shaken during this period. Ketu will receive extra energy here as well, which can further increase emotional reactions, unpredictable reactions, anger issues, because Leo and Ketu both again are fiery sign and planet. And because both Aquarius and Leo are getting activated at the same time with this heavy energy, the overall aggression can feel doubled. Due to this intense energy and fiery energy, there is also a possibility of escalation and conflicts or war-like situation, as said earlier, in certain parts of the world. Alongside this, we may also see an increase in natural disturbances, natural calamities. Weather-related events like cyclones, tornadoes may become very frequent, and there can also be concerns related to health of people, including spread of airborne illness, diseases during this time. This period asks for extra awareness, patience and emotional balance, both at a personal and collective level. Now, if I speak specifically about India's natural events, natural calamities, then there is possibility that the western or the southern western parts of the country may be more sensitive during this time. States like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Kerala, Karnataka, and even some parts of Rajasthan could experience weather-related disturbances such as cyclones or similar events. This is only a general observation and the intensity can vary. At the same time, it is important to also look at the positive side of this strong Aquarius energy. This is a highly charged and energetic period. If you have been waiting for the motivation or strength to start something new, to work on a project, or to put serious effort into your goal, this phase is the perfect phase. This phase can support that very well. The energy available during this time is very highly strong and active. However, this energy must be used in the right way, in the right direction. If shortcuts, dishonesty, unethical actions are involved, then one should be very careful, because after Aquarius, all these planets except for Rahu will move into Pisces one after another and face Saturn directly. And Saturn will not overlook mistakes easily. And whatever is done without integrity may need to be paid for later. And because of these planetary combinations in Aquarius, there can also be an increase in cheating, frauds, misleading activities during this period as well. Many such matters may come into the surface. Along with this, there is also a need to be extra careful about accidents, especially for Aquarius ascendants natives. Head-related injuries especially. From February till April, life may feel very fast, very confusing, as if too many things are happening at once, and it is hard to understand the direction. During such phase, the best approach is to stay calm. I'm repeating this once again, that the best approach is to stay calm, go with the flow, and try to remain on the right path. Act with honesty and responsibility, which will become very important during this time. Another thing to note here is that Sun, which currently plays an important role in relation with Ketu, as Sun is the dispositor of Ketu, will be in conjunction with Rahu and Mars. Because of this, we may clearly see unusual or extreme behavior from people in positions or authority. This could be within organization, but more noticeably with governments and leadership structure. Some leaders may try to impose their will forcefully, and this behavior may become more visible and intense during this phase. Overall, it can feel like a very strange and unsettling phase. When these planets later move into Pisces, especially when Sun and Mars will come close to Saturn, restrictions will increase. Saturn will bring disciplinary limits, and because of that, many people will feel frustrated and blocked for some time in their life. On May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. Revati is ruled by Mercury, and it is the final nakshatra in the sign of Pisces, making the end of the zodiac cycle. From a spiritual point of view, this can be a very meaningful and a very beautiful phase, especially for those who are already spiritually inclined. For some people who have been struggling financially for a long time, this period can bring gradual improvement here. As always, the exact results will depend on the individual birth chart. Compared to Uttar Bhadrapada, Revati is little more calming and supportive in nature. However, Saturn will not stay fixed in one place. Throughout 2026, Saturn will keep moving back and forth from Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati. After entering Revati on May 17, Saturn will turn retrograde there on July 16. Then later on October, Saturn will move back into Uttar Bhadrapada and will turn direct there by mid-December. Because of this back and forth motion of Saturn, the lessons of Saturn will keep repeating in different ways throughout the year. Another very important shift will happen in June 2026 when Jupiter enters the sign of Cancer on June 2. Until Jupiter reaches around 20 degrees in Cancer, this transit can bring relatively positive results. Jupiter is exalted here, so there can be emotional stability, renewed hope, faith, and some improvement in material matters. However, as Jupiter moves closer to 20 degrees in the sign of Cancer, it will start coming nearer to Ketu. Because by that time, Ketu will be in Magha Nakshatra, in the initial degrees of Magha Nakshatra. And when Jupiter and Ketu come within close range of each other, like within 10 degrees range of each other, even if they are not exactly together in the same sign, they will begin to influence one another strongly. This interaction can bring confusion, detachment, and sudden changes and in your life. This will be the highly transformative period for every one of us. And for some time, Jupiter in Cancer can give emotional support and optimism, but by the end of September, things may start feeling more complex. Around this time, as said earlier, Jupiter will come closer to 20 degrees, and in September, Mars will also enter the sign of Cancer, where Mars gets debilitated. So, Jupiter, Mars, Ketu influencing each other, the energy will become even more unstable and emotionally charged. And because this particular influence or combination will be happening between the Gandanta point of Ketu and Leo, Cancer and Leo. So this will not be an easy period globally. And this period can bring inner conflict, confusion, impulsive actions, if not handled carefully. And on October 31, Jupiter will move into the sign of Leo and enter Magha Nakshatra. And at this point, Jupiter and Ketu will be in tight conjunction with each other in Magha. And just a few days later, Mars will join them in Leo. So again, during this phase, Jupiter, Mars, Ketu will all be together in Leo. So we all need to remember that this movement is will be very highly transformational for all of us, because again this will be happening near Gandanta and becomes a deeply transformational period for people. Many people this phase may bring sudden changes and life altering experiences, and there is a possibility of some serious escalation in conflicts between countries, especially when we look at the things from a collective or a global level. For India as well, this period needs careful attention, since this combination involves Jupiter, Mars and Ketu, and the energy can become quite aggressive. People, in general sense, for everyone, for the globally, people may feel restless, reactive and emotionally imbalanced here. This is also the phase where losses or sacrifices may become more visible. And as I mentioned earlier, Saturn is already placed in Pisces, which in the Kalpurush Kundli holds the 12th house. And Jupiter Mars Ketu combination can active, and Saturn's position in the sign of Pisces and Jupiter Mars Ketu combination can active situations where something needs to let go. This sacrifice may be something you choose consciously, or something that circumstances ask you to release, depending on your chart. And during this particular period, I would suggest try to help others in whatever you can. If financial help is possible, that is good. If not, even any kind of support, emotional support, any service or volunteering can be very helpful. Charity, helping hands can or being associated with service oriented work will help balance this intense energy in a positive manner. By this time, Rahu would have already moved into the Nishtha Nakshatra, which happens on June 30. The Nishtha carries a strong Martian energy, with Rahu placed here in the Nishtha, Mars actively involved with Ketu Jupiter between Cancer and Leo. So the overall environment will feel more aggressive and impatient. Emotional frustration will increase, and people may feel internally unsettled. Dissatisfaction will be prominently felt among people. This period can bring major personal transformations. The signs and ascendants that may feel this energy more strongly include Leo and Cancer ascendants, and also Aries and Scorpio, along with Sagittarius and Pisces as well. If this combination works positively in your chart, then even during such frustrating, confusing period, you may feel protected in some way. You may receive guidance at the right moment, or things may fall into place just when needed. But if this combination acts negatively, then especially the Jupiter-Ketu influence here can create confusion, loss of clarity, or misguided decision. In simple words, loss of wisdom. This is why personal chart analysis will become very important here. Another important thing I want to highlight is that Mars will be staying in the sign of Cancer and Leo for a very longer period. After Mars enters Leo on November 12, 2026, it will remain there until January 10, 2027 in direct motion. Then Mars will retrograde on January 10, 2027 in the sign of Leo. Then afterward it will enter the sign of Cancer, and then again it will move or go direct in Cancer and then move towards the sign of Leo around April and 2027. So overall, Mars, Jupiter, Ketu energy in combination will be there for around 9 to 10 months approximately. This is an approximate figure that I'm giving you here, and I will definitely make a separate video, a separate detailed video, more detailed video on this combination, and also on the combination of like Rahu, Mars, Sun, Mercury and Venus, which will be happening in Aquarius in the month of February, March. The positive thing that happens here is that it carries a strong spiritual potential for people who are inclined towards inner growth, surrender, higher understanding. This phase can push them towards deep spiritual maturity, and those who are walking the path of true spirituality will be guided by the divine during difficult phases and will somehow sail through this period. Still, as I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this video, overall 2026 may feel like a difficult year. Personally, I do not see many easy phases during this year. However, how strong you experience these challenges will depend completely on your personal birth chart. By the end of November, Rahu Ketu will change signs. Rahu will move into Aquarius and enter, Rahu will move out of Aquarius and enter Capricorn, and Ketu will move out of Leo and enter Cancer. With Ketu entering Cancer, I would not say that emotions will completely disappear. Instead, there can be emotional confusion and frustration. Many people may find it difficult to understand their own feelings sometimes. At times, they may feel overly emotional about small matters where such strong emotions are not really needed, and at other times, they may feel strangely detached or emotionally numb in situations where emotions are actually important. This imbalance can feel frustrating, confusing, and uncomfortable at times. Now, when it comes to Rahu in Capricorn, this energy is slightly more controlled compared to Rahu in Aquarius. However, Rahu in Capricorn can create a tendency to look for shortcuts in life, especially in work and responsibilities. People may try to achieve results quickly through using other methods like manipulation or avoiding the proper process. This is something to be mindful of or avoided during this phase. I will definitely make a separate video again for these transitions of Rahu and Ketu, because it is not possible to cover everything deeply in this one single video. Now, if I briefly speak about India, 2026 looks like a very sensitive and a crucial year. There is a possibility of escalation, as said earlier. I truly hope it doesn't happen. But astrologically, especially the period after August, such indications do appear. Along with major transits, India is also running Mars Mahadasha. In India's chart, Mars is the 12th lord, placed in the second house in Gemini in Ardra Nakshatra. So the upcoming planetary movements seem to support the intensity of this dasha. In the initial phase, we may have to go through certain challenges or sacrifices as well. However, I will not go deeper into this topic right now. But one important thing that I want to say, that in 2026, I do not see any ascendant completely untouched by these changes. Everyone will feel the impact in some or the other way. So wherever the sign of Cancer, Leo, Aquarius or Pisces falls in your birth chart, those areas of your life are likely to experience some important events, changes, or even major realizations. I have shared remedies at the end of each ascendant analysis, so I would request you to please watch those sections as well. Now let's move quickly to ascendant and moon sign wise analysis. Aries ascendant and moon sign. For Aries natives, I will start with Saturn. Right now, Saturn is transiting your 12th house, the sign of Pisces, And Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra on January 20, 2026. For Aries native, this phase is deeply spiritual in nature. Apart from that, if your birth chart supports it, this period can also bring chances to go abroad or connect with foreign places, especially for work. This is a very supportive time for people who work as healers, yoga practitioners, astrologers, counselor, or anyone connected with hospitals, charity work, spiritual services, or work related to foreign lands or anything related to foreign. At the same time, I want to remind you that take care of your health, because Saturn is in your 12th house. So health, sleep, stress, and anxiety will need your attention. Do not ignore your body during this phase. This is especially important because you are now entering the peak phase of Saturn's transit in the 12th house, which means the results of Saturn's presence will start becoming even more visible and more noticeable and even more stronger. Apart from that, this period is also about learning as well, learning how to let go. From October 2026, you may feel that certain things are slowly moving out of your life. This could be something material or even certain relationships or attachment. What exactly this will be depends completely on your personal chart. Saturn always teaches patience and the art of letting go. So it is always easier if you choose to let go willingly rather than holding on or feeling forced later. Throughout 2026, you may feel delays in your actions. Things may move slower than you expect. At times, you might also feel unnecessary fears or hesitation even about things that are not really dangerous or that intense. There can be a general sense of slowness in daily life. If you are dealing with competitors or challenges, patience will be required. Saturn as a strict teacher will be a fair one if you sincerely try to handle your responsibilities and face challenges honestly. Saturn will support you slowly and gradually and help you grow even more stronger. And please be careful with money matters, because during this period, you may see some financial ups and downs. Avoid impulsive investments and risky financial decisions. Extra caution is needed, especially from the end or from the mid of February 2026 until mid of 2026. This is because your Ascendant Lord Mars will move into Aquarius, your 11th house, and it will be in conjunction with Rahu, Sun, Mercury, Venus. While Mars being the Ascendant Lord in the 11th house can bring gains, and this, apart from that, this combination here can also increase your anger, impatience, jealousy, impulsive reactions. And if not handled well, negative emotions can rise during this time. This is a phase where you must consciously control your thoughts, your words and actions. It is very important to choose wisdom over impulse here. Try to follow Jupiter's guidance rather than getting carried away by the intense energy of Mars, Rahu and Sun here. And this becomes even more important because after Aquarius, Mars will move into Pisces and come into direct conjunction with Saturn here. Saturn in the 12th house around April 2026. Any decision or action taken earlier, like in Aquarius, with anger or haste, may show their consequences during this Saturn-Mars conjunction. However, if your actions were taken with good intentions and clean heart, the impact will be softer. Health again here needs attention from February till April, as strong planets will influence your ascendant and also it will affect your health as well here. So please take care of your health and slow down when it is needed. Slow down, like don't run after your career and goals if it affects your health here. On a positive note, this entire period is excellent for learning. It is a wonderful time to gain practical knowledge, learn new skills, or deepen your understanding of something meaningful. Saturn supports long-term learning, so anything you learn now will stay with you for life. Now let's come to Jupiter. Jupiter is currently transiting Gemini, your third house, and it will remain here until mid-2026. While Jupiter is retrograde in Gemini, you may notice repetition in your life. You may have to redo certain tasks, revisit directions, or put an extra effort to initiate things. Short travels may happen, or you may have to keep going back to some places for work or responsibilities. Jupiter retro here will ask you to refine your efforts. The third house is about effort, courage, skills. This is a beautiful period to learn something new, especially skills that improve your communication, your thinking, or your creativity. This is the last phase of Jupiter in the third house, so this is a very good idea to use this time wisely. Learning, skill development, higher studies, writing, speaking, or anything that upgrades your knowledge will be highly beneficial. This is also a supportive phase for people working in media, communication, journalism, content creation, advertising, storytelling, marketing, or travel related fields. Jupiter here can also support marriage for some people or inspire you to start or expand a new business. Just make sure everything is done with proper planning and patience. Financially, Jupiter's aspect on the 11th house will bring some positive results. Even if expenses increases at times, you will still feel some kind of support or protection. Still, managing your desires and finances wisely is very important. Try to stay disciplined with money. Manage your money wisely. Overall, until Jupiter remains in Gemini, there is a sense of relief and steady progress. On June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your fourth house, which is its exaltation sign. This is a very positive period. You may feel more peace at home, emotional comfort, and a better environment in your personal life. Career-related positivity can also come during this time. Jupiter will also aspect Saturn from here, which helps soften Saturn's intensity and brings balance. This is a positive phase till September. After that, Mars will enter Cancer and join Jupiter. This can bring emotional reactions, frustration, and some minor issues at home for the month of September. However, because Jupiter is strong here in Cancer, things will remain manageable. You will be able to handle situations with better understanding. In fact, this combination can give you the energy to take action related to home matters. Some much needed action which you really need to take. On a lighter note, this is actually a great time for deep cleaning or organizing your home as well. The most important phase of 2026 begins when Jupiter comes nearer to 20 or 21 degrees in the sign of Cancer, and which will be because it will come nearer to Ketu, which will be presenting Magha. Both will be approximately 10 degrees apart from each other, not more than that. And I have explained a lot about this combination in the general section of the video, so please go and check it there. And on October 31, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo, where it will be in tight conjunction with Ketu. Just after 12 days after that, in the month of November, Mars will enter Leo and join Jupiter and Ketu. So basically, from the period from September onwards will be very important. For Aries natives, this is going to be a major period and life-changing period, because because your ascendant Lord Mars will be directly involved here. This phase can bring big transformations in your life. You may experience major events in your life, and as I mentioned earlier, there is also possibility of some sacrifices or losses in some form. This does not always mean negative, something negative, but it does mean something which you have to let go, or some closures or endings. What exactly this will be depends on your personal chart. When Jupiter and Mars will come together, the energy will be very strong, and because this energy will start shifting from September in the sign of Cancer, some of you may feel emotionally overwhelmed, emotionally confused, or unable to understand what you are feeling or why you are feeling it. Emotions may become intense, and at times you may feel emotionally blind, as if you cannot clearly see what is right or wrong. This whole phase in Cancer, like the thing that I talk about, Gandanta, Jupiter and Ketu coming together, Mars also with Jupiter. So because this whole phase starts in Cancer, approximately in Aslesha Nakshatra, which adds another layer of complexity. Aslesha energy can bring obsession, emotional attachment, hidden motives, and things happening behind the scenes. To be very honest, this can feel like a strange and uncomfortable phase. Even emotions themselves may feel difficult to explain or put into words. There can be frustration, anger, isolation, and at the same time some kind of emotional obsession or inner tension. When this energy shifts into Leo, things become more visible and more direct in Leo. Jupiter, Mars, Ketu together in Magha brings very fiery and intense energy. Leo itself is a fiery sign, so whatever was hidden or emotional earlier may now come up openly. What was happening behind the scenes can turn into open conflict. Anger, frustration, ego clashes can increase if this energy is not handled carefully. And for Aries natives, this will be happening in the 5th house, so this is where this period needs special attention. You may find it difficult to take clear decisions during this period. If your chart supports it, and if you consciously choose the path of wisdom, Jupiter will guide you, even if slowly. But if you move away from Jupiter's wisdom and get carried away by ego, anger, or impulsive reactions, then this energy can disturb your clarity, your judgment, and your wisdom. This combination can also create inner conflict. So on one side you may want enjoyment, creativity, fun, or emotional satisfaction. On the other side, Ketu may cut that enjoyment part or create dissatisfaction. This push and pull can feel really very frustrating. Adding to this, from mid-October till mid-November, Sun, which rules the sign of Leo, will be in Libra. It's debilitated sign, so this can make things feel even more challenging and draining during that time. Apart from that, there could be challenges with children, related to children. You may find it difficult to communicate with them, or there may be stress related to their health, their education or behavior. This is the time when patience is needed. Try to reduce anger, aggression as much as possible. Be extra mindful with your words and reactions with children. During this phase, children may also show less interest in studies or routine activities if the energy goes negative. So a gentle guidance and emotional support will be very important. Another thing to remember is that Rahu will also be transiting in nakshatra ruled by Mars, Dhanishta nakshatra, which further increases the fiery nature of this period. This is why staying grounded becomes extremely important. For Aries natives, the main message, the key message from this phase is simple. From mid-2026 onwards, try to stay calm, grounded and patient as much as possible. Avoid impulsive decisions. Do not act in anger. Whether the decision is small or big, try to take it with clarity and wisdom. Holding Jupiter's hand, meaning choosing ethics, maturity, and long-term thinking, is the only real protection during this phase. One more important point here is that when Mars enters Leo on November 12, it will stay in Leo for a very long period. When Mars will eventually turn retrograde in Leo in January 2027 and then move back into Cancer, and then it will again go direct in Cancer and then again re-enter the sign of Leo around April end. So this is not going to be a short period, short-lived phase. It clearly shows that a long and important karmic chapter is opening for Aries natives after September onwards. Now coming to Rahu. Rahu is currently transiting your 12th house, the sign of Aquarius in Shadbisha Nakshatra. Now, as said in the zero section of the video, the most important transit will come. The first important transit of 2026 will be when your ascendant lord Mars, then Sun, Mercury and Venus, all these planets will enter the sign of Aquarius in the month of February 2026, joining Rahu. So this combination, this period will become very important. The period from approximately from February till April starting. This combination, like the combination of Mars, Rahu, Sun, Mercury, increases the fiery energy. Anger, impatience, impulsiveness can rise. So again, self-control becomes very important. At the same time, if you look at the positive side, this can also bring sudden financial gains, promotions or career growth if your chart supports. Some of you may even get opportunities related to foreign lands or career expansion. However, this period demands financial wisdom. Any blind, impulsive investments can quickly turn into losses, especially because Saturn is positioned in the 12th house. Gains are possible, but only if decisions are made carefully and thoughtfully. Otherwise, sudden expenses or losses can easily occur. Overall, this entire phase is powerful, intense, and transformative. It is not meant to scare you, but to prepare you. If handled with patience, humility, and Jupiter's wisdom, it can lead to deep growth and maturity. If handled impulsively, it can feel exhausting. The choice is always yours. It lies in your awareness and conscious actions. If you are someone who is planning to get married, I would suggest that try to avoid the month of February and March if possible. If you choose any of this period, if you choose any other period after that, that can be fine. The reason I'm saying is this is because Venus, your seventh lord, will be in conjunction with Mars, Rahu, Mercury, Sun in the 11th house. Yes, this combination can technically give you marriage, but the energy during this phase is very fiery, aggressive, and impulsive. And because of that intensity, I personally feel it is better to stay cautious and choose a calmer period for such important and auspicious events. Of course, the final outcome will always depend on your personal chart and your destiny. As long as Rahu is present in Satvisha Nakshatra, you also need to stay alert about frauds and misunderstandings. Be a little careful about whom you trust, especially within your social circle. This period is actually very good to understand who truly supports you and who does not. I have already spoken in detail about Rahu in Aquarius in Shatabhisha Nakshatra, a separate video, a very detailed video. So I'm not repeating everything here about Rahu and Shatabhisha. I have given the link in the description box below. So if you haven't watched that video, you may watch that if you wish. Now, in June 2026, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra, which is ruled by Mars, your ascendant lord. This can again bring opportunities for financial gains. It is especially supportive for people connected to artistic fields like music, dance, or creative work, particularly anything modern, unconventional, or different from traditional paths. At the same time, because this is strong Martian energy, anger and impatience can increase, so self-control will become very important, especially around finances. Financial decisions should be taken wisely. Then on November 25, 2026, Rahu will move into Capricorn. For Aries natives, this means Rahu will enter your 10th house. This can be very important career phase. This can be a very important career phase if your chart supports it. This is a good time to go abroad for work or to start something new in your professional life with fresh and unconventional ideas. Rahu here gives the courage to think differently and take bold steps. At the same time, you need to be very careful with planning and execution of your plans, like your strategies, your goals. Avoid shortcuts, avoid dumping responsibilities on others and your responsibility specifically onto others, and do not rush decisions. If handled wisely, Rahu in the 10th house can bring recognition, new job opportunities, or even change in career direction. Dear friends, due to some minor technical issues, this part of the video could not be recorded, so I am sharing the audio for this section instead. Thank you so much for your understanding and support. Now coming to Ketu, right now Ketu is transiting your 5th house in the sign of Leo. While Ketu remains here, you may feel a strange sense of emptiness in love or romantic relationships. Even if things look good from the outside, something may still feel missing inside. There can also be a lack of interest in entertainment part of your life. Matters related to children may also need attention as well during this period, whether it is their health, their studies, or emotional connection. At the same time, this is a very good spiritual period, very good period for spirituality, spiritual growth, and students need to stay disciplined because distractions can easily pull focus away from studies during this time. Then on March 29, 2026, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. The fiery energy of Ketu here increases further. So ego issues can surface more easily and dissatisfaction may rise. Even when you have enough, you may still feel unsatisfied. So learning contentment will be very important during this phase. If your chart supports it, then this can also be a very good period for gains related to authority or government positions. But inner balance will be the key to handling this energy very well. I have already shared a lot about Jupiter Ketu Mars combination in Cancer and Leo for Aries ascendants, Aries native. So I will not be repeating here in the Ketu analysis. Then on November 5, Ketu will enter the sign of Cancer, your 4th house. So during this period, it is important to take care of your mother's health. Some issues, some health issues may pop up during this period, and it might happen that these health issues may not be easily detected. And in general, you may feel more irritated or frustrated at home, and that can affect your mood and your home atmosphere. Sometimes you may feel too detached from the family, from your mother as well, and sometimes too emotional. So this up and down feeling inside can show up as anger or frustration at home. And sometimes you may even feel emotionally blank at times. And if your chart supports, then some of you may even have to move out of their hometown or their native due to work or any other reason. depending on your personal chart. And one thing that Aries natives needs to be extra careful during the year 2026 is that whenever your ascendant lord Mars transits the sign of Aquarius, Pisces, Cancer, Leo, or Taurus, then these are the sensitive periods for you. And if your moon is placed in the sign of Cancer or Leo, especially in Magha, Mula, or Ashwini Nakshatra, then self awareness will become very important, and you need to observe these these transits. What happens whenever your Mars transits the sign of Pisces, Aquarius, Cancer, Leo, or Taurus? Because some major changes or something could pop up, some major event could pop up during this period. Emotional reactions and anger can also more easily rise, so awareness again becomes very important here. And for the remedial part, to stay balanced during all these intense phases, simple practices like yoga, meditation can help a lot in keeping your mind calm and stable. You can also chant Hanuman Chalisa, Sankat Mochan, Hanuman Ashtak, or simply chant Om Namah Shivaya whenever you get time. These small practices can make a big difference in helping you stay centered during such powerful transits. Taurus ascendant and moon sign. For Taurus natives, right, I will start with Saturn. So Saturn right now is transiting the sign of Pisces, your 11th house. At present, Saturn is in the last phase of Purva Bhadrapad Nakshatra. And in January 2026, Saturn will move into Uttar Bhadrapad Nakshatra. Now this shift is very important because this is the middle phase or the peak phase of Saturn's transit in the sign of Pisces here. And this is when you will slowly start seeing more visible and concrete results of Saturn's presence here. And Saturn always tests us whether it is wherever it is placed. But this phase becomes very important because Uttar Bhadrapad is ruled by Saturn itself. Because of this, some of your genuine and long-lasting desires can begin to take shape. However, Saturn never gives easy or instant rewards. Fulfillment may come with delays, effort, or in a form very different from what you originally imagined. Sometimes the result may surprise you in a good way, and sometimes you may get what you asked for but still feel slightly unsatisfied or very unsatisfied depending on your chart. Both experiences are possible here. Financially, you can see gradual growth, of course, but with certain limitations and responsibilities. Promotions or recognition at work are also possible if your chart supports. If you may also notice changes in your social circle during this period. Some people may naturally drift away in your social circle, and new connections may enter your life. At times you may even feel like withdrawing from social gatherings and preferring solitude. And that is completely normal during this phase because Saturn is aspecting your first, your fifth, and your 8th house. Health needs attention. Be mindful of issues related to your head, stomach, thighs, feet, or general physical strain. Muscle cramps or minor injuries can also happen if you push yourself too hard. Try to stay active, but do not overwork your body. This is also a time to be careful with speculative investments, as Saturn's aspect can bring both gains and losses if decisions are made without proper planning or proper wisdom. Now, this period is supportive for people working in fields related to media, entertainment, social media, networking, research, investigation, education, finance, mentoring, entrepreneurship, technology, IT, digital marketing, and advanced or unconventional sectors. If your chart supports, then this phase can even bring a government job or long-term career stability. Financial discipline is very important here because Saturn can give sudden gains, but it can also bring sudden expenses if caution is not maintained. Overall, for Taurus natives, luck slowly starts supporting you financially, especially if you choose honesty, patience, and hard work. Saturn always supports those who walk the path of righteousness. Now, around mid-March to mid-April, Mars and Sun will join Saturn in the sign of Pisces. During this period, you need to be extra careful about your health and finances. Some ups and downs are possible. If your chart supports it, this phase can bring investments related to foreign lands or even travel abroad due to career or responsibilities. At the same time, sudden expenses can also arise, so budgeting becomes very important. On May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. Both Uttar Bhadrapad and Revati are highly spiritual nakshatras, and Pisces itself is a deeply spiritual sign. Because of this, until Saturn remains in Pisces, this period can be very uplifting on a spiritual level. You may gain inner wisdom, clarity, or deeper understanding of life. I would truly suggest walking the spiritual path during this time because spirituality can help you remain balanced even during challenging phases. Revati is the final nakshatra of the zodiac Pisces and symbolizing completion and closure here. Now, along with spiritual growth, Saturn and Revati can also bring financial gains here. For some, this phase can even feel like a quiet form of inner awakening or maturity as well. On July 16, Saturn will turn retrograde. During this retrograde phase, you may notice delays, repetition of tasks, and a general slowing down of life, including finances. This period becomes important because towards the end of October, Jupiter will enter Leo and come into conjunction with Ketu, which I will explain sometime later in the same analysis for Taurus. Now, around the same time, on October 9, Saturn will move back into Uttar Bhadrapad Nakshatra while retrograde, and it will turn direct on December 11. This will be the last retrograde phase of Saturn in Uttar Bhadrapada, which is why the results of Saturn's lessons and efforts will become very clear and noticeable during this time. Overall, this entire Saturn phase, Saturn's transit for Taurus natives is about patience, maturity, financial discipline, and inner growth. If you stay steady and grounded, this transit can bring some slow but steady support, which will bring in long-term stability for you in your life ahead. Now, let us talk about Jupiter. Jupiter at present is transiting your second house in the sign of Gemini, and right now Jupiter is retrograde. Jupiter will turn direct in Gemini on March 11, and then on June 2, Jupiter will move into the sign of Cancer. After that, within a short span of around 5 months, Jupiter will again change sign and enter the sign of Leo on October 30 or 31. So, in Leo, Jupiter will come into direct conjunction with Ketu immediately in the Magha Nakshatra. And later in December, Jupiter will turn retrograde again. As long as Jupiter stays in Gemini, you may notice some unexpected movements in your finances. At times, there can be sudden gains, and at times, sudden expenses as well. So, overall, this phase can bring financial ups and downs both. And this is happening because Jupiter rules your 8th house and your 11th house and is currently placed in your 2nd house. Because of this placement, even though finances may not feel completely stable, you will still experience some level of financial relief due to the positivity of the positive presence of Jupiter here. You may feel that support comes when it is needed, even if things fluctuate in between. And since Jupiter is also connected to your 8th house, it is important to take extra care of your health during this period, especially while Jupiter is retrograde. You may notice small issues related to your throat, your mouth, or your teeth, or seasonal problems like cough and cold. This is not only about your own health, but also about the health of your family as well. So being a little more mindful will help. While Jupiter is retrograde in your 2nd house, this is actually a good time to pause and review your financial habits. You may start thinking about how you earn, how you spend, and how you manage your resources. This kind of reflection can help you slowly improve your financial patterns in a healthier way. Once Jupiter turns direct on March 11, the intensity of these ups and downs will reduce and things will start feeling more settled and calmer. However, until Jupiter leaves Gemini, you may still notice some repetition in money matters. This could be repeated situation related to home, to income, savings, or even similar health patterns showing up again and again. These repetitions are happening so that you can learn and correct what needs attention. When Jupiter turns direct, these patterns will still exist, but they will feel easier to handle. On June 2, Jupiter will move into Cancer, which is your 3rd house. This phase can be very supportive for learning and personal growth. You may feel inspired to learn something, improve an existing skill, or even take up something you have been thinking about for a long time. This period can also bring short travels, especially with friends or within your social circle. In some cases, if your birth chart supports, there could be a chance that you could change your living place as well. With Jupiter in Cancer, you will feel more confident and motivated to take some important steps in your life, whether it is starting a new project, learning something new, improving your communication, or planning a fresh beginning in your life. Jupiter will support you with courage and inner belief. At the same time, because Jupiter is also your 8th lord, there can be a few hurdles, few ups and downs, or emotional ups and downs. So it is important to make decisions calmly with patience and clarity. This period is especially good for improving your communication skills. You may also notice some minor ups and downs with neighbors or siblings here, but nothing will be too serious that you won't be handled. Even when challenges appear, Jupiter will act as a guide and help you choose the right path in the long run. One important thing to keep in mind is that during Jupiter's transit in Cancer, it will increase desires. You may start wanting more than what is truly necessary. This is where Saturn, which is placed in your 11th house in Pisces, plays an important role. Saturn helps you understand limits. If desires become too excessive, Saturn will try to control them. In some cases, even if you get what you want, you may still not feel satisfied. This phase is teaching you two important things. One is learning contentment with what you already have and what you get. And the other is that understanding the difference between what you want and what you truly need. During this time, it is very important to stay practical and grounded rather than emotional, especially when it comes to goals, desires, and decisions. If you can clearly separate your needs from your wants, this period can become a very rewarding and a very calming period for you. Jupiter in Cancer will also aspect your 7th, your 9th, and your 11th house. This can support your luck, help ease some of the restrictive energy of Saturn, and open doors related to relationships, travel, and long-term goals. For some people, this can also be a supportive period for marriage or for improving an existing relationship. Business matters can also improve if you are a business person, as long as your intentions are honest and your actions are aligned with the right path. During this transit, you may experience noticeable changes in your relationship with your siblings, friends, and social connections. These changes can be positive or challenging depending on your personal birth chart. But they are meant to help you grow. Keeping an open mind and accepting change instead of resisting it will make this phase much smoother. Now coming to the most important period ahead. In the month of September 2026, Mars will enter the sign of Cancer. Mid-September, it will enter the sign of Cancer, its debilitated sign. And it will be in conjunction with Jupiter, here exalted Jupiter. Mars rules your 7th and 12th house, while Jupiter rules your 8th and your 11th house. With both of these planets together in the 3rd house, this period can bring sudden fluctuations in finances and expenses. This can be a powerful time to initiate something new because Mars gives an energy and courage here. However, this energy needs to be handled very carefully. If energy is directed in the right direction, if decisions are taken wisely with proper planning, patience and wisdom, then this phase can bring some beautiful rewards for you. If not, then it can bring unnecessary expenses or even lead to losses. And since Mars is connected to your 12th house and Jupiter is connected to sudden changes, sudden ups and downs, transformations, so acting without thinking can create problems here. If, however, you balance Mars's energy with Jupiter's wisdom, Saturn's patience, this can become a very, very, very productive period. It can support deep learning, inner growth, and spiritual progress. So the key during this time is awareness, thoughtful planning, and calm decision making. Just after that, another very important phase begins. On October 31st, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo in Magha Nakshatra, coming into direct conjunction with Ketu, who will be present in Magha as well. And Mars will also enter the sign of Leo on November 12, just 12 days after Jupiter enters Leo. So all these three planets, Mars, Jupiter and Ketu, will be in tight conjunction with each other in the sign of Leo. And because of this, the time from August to December becomes very sensitive overall, not only for you, but for each and every ascendant and as well as on global level as well. Among these months, the period from September to November will feel the most intense. This is because major planets like Jupiter, Mars and Ketu will be coming together in Leo. And also in the month of August, Rahu would have entered the nakshatra of Dhanishta, a nakshatra which is ruled by Mars. And whenever these powerful planets, Jupiter, Mars, Ketu, they come together at the same point, it brings strong transformation in energy. So this phase should be handled with a lot of awareness. And it is very much important that you need to avoid quick or impulsive decisions and actions. I have already explained a lot about Gandanta between Cancer and Leo, and also the transformation happening at the Gandanta point of between Cancer and Leo here from the month of September onwards in the general section of 2026 analysis. So please go on and watch it. It will help you a lot understand this energy. It is very important thing to remember is to avoid quick or impulsive decisions and actions during this period. This period can feel frustrating, and that feeling is understandable. I understand that, but still it is very important to stay calm and consciously lean on Jupiter's wisdom rather than reacting out of anger, frustration. Getting frustrated is is a normal nature of human, but frustration alone never solves problems. So during this phase, keep reminding yourself to slow down and respond thoughtfully. This will be the key during this period. In this phase, you may experience some tension with neighbors, such as heated conversations or misunderstandings. There can also be disturbances at home, within the family, or related to property matters or assets. You may strongly feel like changing your place, moving away from your current home, or distancing yourself from the present situation at your home. Some people may even think about purchasing a new property during this time, mainly because they want a sense of escape or relief from something. If you do consider buying or selling property, please take that decision very carefully and not emotionally or blindly. This is the time when hasty decisions should be strictly avoided. You should also take extra care of your mother's health during this period. Overall, things may feel a bit heavy or uncomfortable from August-September till May-June 2027 next year. This is because from September 26 till May-June 27, Jupiter and Ketu and Mars will remain very close to each other when I consider the degrees. Even if they are in different signs, their closeness means they will strongly influence one another. I have explained this concept in the general section again, so please go and watch it if you really want to know this entire transit's importance. And because of this transit, you should be mentally prepared for some form of letting go or sacrifice as well. This does not always mean something dramatic or something really bad or negative, but it can show up as sudden expenses, sudden loss of material comfort or something material, or situations where expectations are not met, or maybe sometimes even someone. Since your 8th and 12th house influences are very active here, it is better to stay cautious and realistic. In the month of December, Jupiter will turn retrograde in Leo. This retrograde phase can again bring repetitions, especially in matters related to home or property. If you are planning to buy or sell a property, you may notice delays, repeated discussions, or dissatisfaction even after decisions are made. As long as Jupiter and Ketu remain close, there can be lingering sense of dissatisfaction in your life, whether it's regarding your home, family, or your peace of mind. Even if things happen, you may not feel fully content, and that feeling itself is the part of the lesson of this phase. Now coming to Rahu. Rahu at present is transiting your 10th house, the sign of Aquarius. I have already explained Rahu's transit in Shatapisa in detail in my earlier video. So most of those themes will remain the same here. In general, while Rahu stays in Aquarius, or even when it moves into Capricorn, you may feel restlessness in your career and a lack of satisfaction. At the same time, Rahu gives strong ambition and drive, especially in the 10th house. So this is actually a good phase if you want to lead projects, take initiative, or apply creative and unconventional ideas in your work. People connected to artistic or creative fields can benefit quite well during this time. But apart from all these, satisfaction will be something you need to cultivate from within. Because not only Rahu, but Saturn, which is your 11th, which is in your 11th house, throughout 2026 will not fulfill each and every desire you want. Some level of dissatisfaction may still remain, and that is why it is important to stay on the path of honesty and right conduct in your career. Saturn will not support shortcuts or unethical actions, especially since Saturn will later move towards your 12th house. So whatever you do professionally, try to keep it clean and aligned. On June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra. This will increase your drive to move forward in your career. But impulsive decisions should be avoided at all cost. You may strongly feel like changing jobs, changing fields, or taking a big leap. While Rahu does have the power to bring career shifts if your chart supports it, these moves should be well planned and structured. Thoughtful decisions will help you grow, while rushed actions can create instability, especially considering the intense planetary combinations active from September onwards. And here's something very important that you should know, that from February till the end of March or April starting, there will be a strong combination of, conjunction of Rahu, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury in the sign of Aquarius, your 10th house. And this period can bring anger issues, ego clashes, disputes with co-workers and seniors. Career-related frustration can peak during this time, even though this phase is also powerful for new initiatives and can bring new roles and responsibilities. But it is very important to stay calm and handle things very carefully, including your communication. On November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, your 9th house. This can improve your luck and open new perspective, but only if you stay ethical, since Rahu in the 9th house will test your belief system and principles. So it is important that you avoid shortcuts or unfair practices, because Saturn, being Rahu's dispositor, will later move through your 12th house, and that phase will demand balance between many, ambition and inner peace in your life. Now coming to Ketu, at present Ketu is transiting Leo in Pura Falguni Nakshatra, and in March it will move into Magha Nakshatra, which is ruled by Ketu itself. Now this is a beautiful placement for spiritual growth, but in the 4th house it can create emotional or physical detachment from family or home. You may prefer solitude, quiet spaces, isolation within your home. If you buy property during this time, it may be a very quiet or a secluded area, and such as a corner apartment or a less crowded place. It might happen depending on your personal chart. During Ketu's transit in Magha, be mindful of how you express frustration at home. Try not to unload emotional stress onto family members. That's something you need to take care, which is very important here. Then on November 25, Ketu will move into Cancer, your 3rd house. Emotional ups and downs may continue, though they may feel lighter than before. Some issues with siblings, neighbors, or short travels can arise, and travel plans may face hurdles. Change of place is also possible depending on your chart. Now coming to some important periods where Taurus natives need to take care in the year 2026. First, from February till mid-May, you need to take care, because your Ascendant Lord will be transiting the sign of Aquarius, then Pisces, and then your 12th house. So that's a period you need to take care, and you need to observe what happens, what changes, what transformations this period brings in for you. Another important phase is when Jupiter transits Leo in July, and the period when your Ascendant Lord Venus goes retrograde in the sign of Libra, and when it will re-enter the sign of Virgo and then again enter Libra. That will be approximately from September till November mid. So these periods may affect you and your emotional balance and even your personal life. So here you need to take care. And if your moon is placed in Cancer, Leo or Taurus, it becomes very important to stay grounded during these phases. And regarding the remedial part for Taurus natives, chanting Vishnu Sahasranam and Madhurashtakam can be very supportive. You can also chant Om Vishnave Namaha whenever you get time, at least 108 times a day. These simple practices can bring clarity, mental calm and protection during these intense transits for you. Gemini ascendants and moon sign. For Gemini natives, I will start with Saturn first. So at present, Saturn is transiting the sign of Pisces in Pura Bhadrapad Nakshatra, which falls in your 10th house. On January 20, Saturn will move into Uttar Bhadrapad Nakshatra, which is ruled by Saturn itself. Throughout this year, Saturn will keep moving back and forth between Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati Nakshatra. So this entire year becomes very important from a career point of view. Saturn rules your 8th and your 9th house, so its transit through the 10th house will be very important now. Not only that, Saturn will be in the peak phase of its transit in the sign of Pisces from January onwards, when it will enter the nakshatra of Uttar Bhadrapada. So this phase is meant to bring some deep changes, long-term restructuring in your professional life. You may be asked to seriously reflect on your career decision, your work ethics, and your long-term goals. If something in your career is not aligned with your true path or purpose, Saturn will, firmly push you to correct it. This correction may not always feel comfortable, and at times you may feel pressure or frustration, especially because Saturn also rules transformation as your 8th lord. Even though this period can feel heavy, Saturn in Uttar Bhadrapada is actually working in your favor in the background. Some changes may not look positive immediately, and you may not clearly see their benefits right now. And you may, but over time, these changes will prove to be helpful and stabilizing for your future. Saturn here brings responsibilities, increased workload, and even duties. But along with that, it will also bring slow, steady career growth, maturity as well. Saturn's intention is to build a strong and lasting foundation for you, and not quick success. This is a phase where patience becomes very important. Keep moving forward step by step without losing hope. Honest effort, discipline, and sincerity in your work will be rewarded in the long run. For those who are looking for a job, this period can bring opportunities, especially if you are willing to accept responsibility and work with dedication. Job change is also possible if your chart supports it, but it is strongly advised to make such decisions with proper planning and clarity, and not out of frustration or any emotional stress. When changes are made thoughtfully, Saturn will support them. This period is especially supportive for people working in research-based fields, healing professions, astrology, psychology, investigation, and similar areas that require depth and patience. There can be some challenges with co-workers or authority figures, and office politics may surface from time to time. These situations can test your patience, but staying calm and professional will help you handle them better. This can also be a supportive time for those connected to government work, public service, investigative role, archaeology, insurance, or financial planning. However, it is important to keep an eye on expenses, as Saturn is aspecting your 12th house. Health should also be taken care of, especially related to feet or general tiredness. You should also be slightly attentive towards your mother's health during this time as well. Since Saturn is also your 9th lord and it is aspecting your 4th and the 12th house. This transit can support spiritual growth and inner maturity. Emotionally, you may feel a bit dry or less expressive, and there may be moments when emotional comfort feels lacking. This is temporary and part of Saturn's way of teaching emotional strength and inner stability. If you are planning to buy property or assets, this period can support that intention, but delays or obstacles are likely. Things may not turn out exactly as you imagined, so flexibility is important. For those who want to start a business, Saturn can support long-term success if you move ahead with proper planning, strategy, and a willingness to learn from mistakes. Progress may be slow, but it will be solid and lasting. As long as Jupiter remains in Gemini and both Jupiter and Saturn aspects your 7th house, marriage is possible for unmarried natives, and if the chart supports here. And for those stuck in unhealthy or toxic relationship, the combined influence of both Saturn and Jupiter can help you gain clarity and step away from what no longer serves you. Now on May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. Compared to Uttar Bhadrapada, Revati may feel slightly lighter and more supportive. This phase can be beneficial for people who work in spiritual or creative dimensions, such as spiritual healing, devotional art, something like creating idols, religious clothing, like those who make clothes of Devis and Devtas, vastra of Devis and Devtas, their jewelry, or any form of sacred creativity. During this phase, you may start gaining clearer direction about where your career is heading, even though some heaviness may still remain. Saturn will go retrograde in the month of July, and will re-enter Uttar Bhadrapada on October. And then it will again turn direct in Uttar Bhadrapada in the month of December mid. Now Saturn's retrograde phase may feel intense here, especially if you are not used to Saturn's energy. You may feel delays, frustration, or pressure during this time. But retrograde phases are also excellent for completing unfinished tasks, correcting past mistakes, and strengthening weak areas in your career. If something was stuck earlier, this period can help you resolve it with patience and effort. Overall, this Saturn transit is not about quick rewards, but about long-term growth, maturity, and building a career that can stand strong over time. If you stay honest, disciplined, and patient, Saturn will eventually support you in ways that truly matter to you. Now coming to Jupiter. Jupiter at present is transiting the sign of Gemini, your ascendant, and it is retrograde here in the 1st house. Now Jupiter will turn direct on March 11. Until Jupiter remains in your 1st house, in your ascendant, you will feel some kind of protection and blessing in your life, both personally and overall as well, overall in your life. Even though Saturn is placed in the 11th house, in the 10th house, and you may be dealing with work pressure, office politics, or career stress, Jupiter in the 1st house will help you manage these challenges better. If you choose the wisdom of Jupiter, it will bring this hope, faith, and positivity, which becomes very important during difficult phases. Hope and positivity is very important in our lives. And this is what Jupiter brings in the 1st house. This is a time when you will gain a lot of knowledge, wisdom, and inner maturity. Life will teach you many practical lessons, some real practical lessons. And these lessons will shape you in a positive way for the future. This is also a very good period if you want to move forward towards a more healthier or more sattvic lifestyle. improve your eating habits or focus on inner cleansing. Spirituality as well. This is a very supportive time. Since Saturn is in your 10th house, and Jupiter being the dispositor of Saturn position in the first house, some changes in career are very likely. Some of these changes may be positive, while others may not look comfortable at first, but over a period of time they will turn out to be beneficial for you. Jupiter here supports spiritual growth as well, your self-development and inner alignment. However, since Jupiter and Rahu are aspecting each other, it is very important to avoid distraction or unethical choices or shortcuts in your life. If you stay on the right path, Jupiter will guide you and your luck will support you naturally. This is a powerful phase for inner growth, strengthening your values and realigning your life with your true purpose. Jupiter will guide you, but only if you are willing to listen and act with wisdom. From the first house, Jupiter aspects your 5th, your 7th and your 9th house, which makes this a good period for childbirth, changing your place of residence, starting something new in your life, and also good period for spiritual and long distance journeys as well. Students who are sincere and hardworking can also benefit a lot during this time. Now the most important shift happens when Jupiter enters Cancer on June 2, which is your 2nd house. Now this is generally a good period for finances, savings and family matters. Financial growth is likely, but at the same time some unexpected expenses may also come. Because of this, proper money management becomes very important. This period encourages you to think more seriously about long-term financial stability. Family matters may come into focus and there can be chances to heal or strengthen family relationships. Your communication can also improve and your words may carry more wisdom and impact if you are wise with your words. The most sensitive phase of Jupiter's transit here in Cancer begins from September. Here Mars will enter in Cancer as well in the month of September mid, where Mars gets debilitated in Cancer, Jupiter gets exalted, and soon after that, on October 31st, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo and come into direct conjunction with Ketu, tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha. And later Mars will also join them on 12th of November. Now this period from September onwards becomes very important because Jupiter and Ketu will remain very close to each other from September until May or June 2027 next year. Even if they are not in the same sign, they will still influence each other because they will be nearly 10 degrees nearer to each other. I have explained this whole thing in the general section of general analysis of 2026. So please go and please watch that part because it will help you understand this period in a better manner, because it's a very major period, and because this shift is happening at the Gandanta between Cancer and Leo, so it's going to be highly transformative for every one of us. And with Jupiter, Mars and Ketu coming together in Leo, a very strong fiery energy gets activated. Leo itself is a fiery sign, and these planets add even more intensity. This can strongly affect your speech, your communication, your decision making as well. During this period, you need to be extra careful with what you say, how you react, and the decisions you make. There can be frustration without any clear reason. And this frustration can push you towards impulsive actions or harsh words if you are not mindful. Because this energy is moving between your 2nd and 3rd house, this can affect family relationships, your finances, communication, siblings, relationship with siblings and neighbors. There can be misunderstandings, arguments, or emotional disturbances if things are not handled calmly. Financially, some expenses or losses are possible. In some cases, a karmic connection may enter your family, and in a more sensitive charts, only if your chart supports here, there may be even separation or loss in the family. But this completely depends on your individual horoscope, and not everyone will face this particular thing. Now, during this time, it is very important to slow down, think carefully before speaking or acting, and avoid blind or emotional decisions. As said earlier, relationships with your neighbors, younger siblings may feel tense, so patience is needed, and this period becomes much more manageable when you consciously choose Jupiter's wisdom over Mars and Ketu's aggression. If anger or frustration takes control, situations may worsen. And apart from that, health and eating habits also need attention, especially during this phase. Jupiter will go retrograde in Leo around December, which can bring repetition, delays, or emotional dissatisfaction, especially related to family or finances. And later, Jupiter will move back into Cancer next year. Here, something very important that you need to know is that from September till May, June next year, 2027, Mars, Jupiter, and Ketu will be very close to each other when I consider the degrees. And this entire combination will be around the middle point of between Cancer and Leo, the point which we call as Gandanta. Whether they are in the same sign together or in different signs, but degree-kali they will be very close to each other. And Mars will be moving from Cancer to Leo, Leo to Cancer for approximately 8 to 9 months, from September this year till May next year. So this is going to be a very important period for every one of us. Now, coming to Rahu, Rahu is currently transiting Aquarius, and I have already explained the transit of Rahu in Shatabisha and in Aquarius in my earlier video in detail. So many themes remain the same, so I will not repeat everything here. I will share the link of that video in the description if you haven't watched that video, because it's in a detail. But if I just give you some overview, then until June 30, Rahu will stay in this nakshatra, in the nakshatra of Shatabisha, which can be very good for exploring higher knowledge, unconventional paths, or spiritual growth as well, if Rahu works positively in your chart. This is a phase where you may question traditional beliefs or feel attracted to something new or unusual, whether it's learning, travel, or even spirituality. However, it is very important not to blindly follow anyone, especially spiritual figures or spiritual gurus. Use Jupiter's wisdom here, as Jupiter is aspecting Rahu. If you stay aware and balanced, this period can support growth and even financial improvement. Avoid shortcuts or unethical paths, as those can backfire later. When Rahu enters Dhanishta on June 30, there can be a strong opinions related to beliefs on religion. Faith is good, but blind faith or rigid thinking should be avoided during this period. This placement can also support your father's health and energy depending on your chart. On November 25, Ketu and Rahu both will enter the sign of Leo and Capricorn respectively. Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, your 8th house. During this phase, health needs attention, especially if you already have chronic issues. There can also be changes or tensions related to in-laws or shared assets. In some cases, inherited property or sudden financial changes are also possible. One more important period to be careful about is from February to March, when Mars, Rahu, Sun, Mercury, and Venus all will come together in Aquarius at different dates. Now, this planetary war, this energy can affect your 9th house in a very intense manner, especially your father and your belief system. Your father's health will need attention during this period. There can be disagreements or emotional distance with him as well. This period can also bring reality checks regarding people you trust, including your spiritual gurus. There will be a lot of internal restlessness during this time, and sleep may get disturbed as well. If you have any important planet in Aquarius in your birth chart, especially moon, this period can be very sensitive for you. Especially if you have moon, then this will affect you mentally a lot. Be careful with communication, anger, and any impulsive reaction or decision. Travel related issues or delays are also possible here, so be careful. Now coming to Ketu, at present Ketu is transiting the sign of Leo in Pura Falguni Nakshatra, and on March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. Now until Ketu stays in the sign of Leo in both these nakshatras, this is the time when you need to be extra mindful of your words, especially when Ketu moves into Magha Nakshatra. You may notice that sometimes your words come out a little sharp or blunt without even realizing it. It is not that you want to hurt anyone. It just happens unintentionally. It might happen, and at that moment you may not feel anything, but later you might feel bad and think that I should not have said it that way. Ketu in this house can make speech sound a bit harsh, and at the same time it can create confusion when it comes to taking action. When you want to start something new or initiate something important, but you may feel unsure about what to do or how to begin. This confusion can slowly turn into impulsive decisions or frustration if you are not careful. So during this time, it is very important to slow down and take decisions calmly without rushing. I have already spoken in detail about Jupiter, Ketu and Mars conjunction, so I will not repeat it here. Still, Ketu's presence in Magha Nakshatra can bring a lot of inner frustration. On one side, you may strongly want to fulfill certain desires, but on the other side, things may not move the way you expect. This gap between desire and reality can create an unexpected frustration inside you. This period can also bring some small disagreements or minor disputes with your siblings and with your neighbors. And this can disturb your peace if you react emotionally. If you consciously hold on to Jupiter's wisdom and stay patient, Jupiter will guide you through this phase. The main thing to take care of is to avoid impulsive actions and to be thoughtful of these actions and also your communication. If this placement works positively in your chart, then your intuition can increase during this time. Still, you need to stay careful in matters related to a relationship, career, especially when Jupiter comes into conjunction with Ketu. On a positive note, Ketu in the 3rd house can be very good for creative expression like writing short stories or expressing thoughts through words if used wisely. Then on November 25, Ketu will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 2nd house. During this phase, you may feel dissatisfied with your finances. This does not mean that money will stop coming, but you may feel that whatever you have is not enough. This feeling of dissatisfaction can push you towards spending more. Sometimes you may spend willingly because you feel unsatisfied, and sometimes life may create expenses unexpectedly. This phase can also bring a sense of emotional distance from family. At times, you may feel like withdrawing from family responsibilities or avoiding involvement in household matters. If emotions are not handled properly, this placement can lead to emotional outbursts toward family members. This is why it becomes very important to stay composed, take responsibility patiently, and maintain peace at home by avoiding reactive or harsh communication. You should also be mindful of your eating and drinking habits during this time, as they can become irregular. This period can be more sensitive for those who have moon placed in the sign of Cancer in the second house. Also, if you have any major planet placed in the sixth, in the second, or in the 8th house, extra awareness is needed. Now, the periods that you need to take care during entire 2026 is that whenever your Ascendant Lord transits, your Ascendant Lord Mercury transits your 2nd, 6th, 8th, 9th or 10th house, it is always good to observe what kind of situations come in your life and what changes you experience. Awareness itself becomes a form of guidance for you here. For remedies, simple prayer can be very helpful. Praying to Lord Ganesha and chanting Om Ganpate Namaha regularly can bring mental clarity, calmness, positivity and happiness, and even protection during this period. Cancer ascendants and moon sign. For Cancer natives, first I will start with Saturn. Saturn is as of now transiting the sign of Pisces in Purabhadrapada Nakshatra in your 9th house. Now Saturn rules your 7th and your 8th house. On January 20, Saturn will move into Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Saturn placed in the 9th house, especially in Uttar Bhadrapada, can be a very beautiful placement when it comes to spirituality and inner growth. If this placement works positively in your chart, then it can slowly take you much deeper into spirituality. This is the phase where you may start questioning life in a very genuine way. You may ask yourself what is right, what is wrong, what is truly meaningful. These questions can come in any area of your life, including religion and belief system. If Saturn supports you well here, it can make you truly open-minded from within, not just on the surface, but from the heart. However, if this energy goes negatively in your chart, then the same placement can also make you a bit rigid or stuck in your beliefs. Uttar Bhadrapada carries a deep and intense energy, so how it works for you will depend completely on your personal horoscope and your past karmas. Now this phase marks a very important turning point because Saturn is now entering its strongest phase in Pisces. From here onward, the results of Saturn in Pisces will become more visible and more powerful, especially in Uttar Bhadrapada. Whatever Saturn gives during this period will depend on your actions, your responsibilities, and your overall karmic pattern. As long as Saturn stays on your 9th house, you need to be careful about your father's health. Some concern or responsibility related to him may keep coming up. This period can also bring responsibilities towards your guru, mentors, or teachers. The more sincerely you accept and fulfill these responsibilities, and the more you try to walk the path of righteousness, the more Saturn will support your luck. If you avoid responsibility, Saturn may create delays or restrictions. For students, this is a demanding phase. But if they work sincerely, the progress will be solid and long-lasting. Whatever you learn now will stay with you for a long time. From the 9th house, Saturn aspects your 11th house, your 6th house, and your 3rd house. This means financial gains are possible, but they will come slowly and steadily. This period will also help you clearly see who truly supports you and who does not. Some issues with siblings, both elder and younger, may surface, and these are not meant to break relationship, but to make you aware so that healing can happen. Responsibilities towards siblings may also increase as well. Now on May 17, Saturn will enter Rohini Nakshatra in the 9th house and Pisces itself. Now Revati is considered the highest point of spiritual energy. If you are genuinely inclined towards spirituality, this phase can feel very supportive and peaceful compared to Uttar Bhadrapada. Luck may feel slightly better here and support and support you in a better manner. Financial gains are possible depending on your chart. Still care for your father's health and your own health as well, which will be important, as minor health concerns can arise. This period can also bring a change of place or relocation if your chart supports it. On the month of July, Saturn will go retrograde and later re-enter Uttar Bhadrapada on October 9. Saturn's retrograde phase usually feels intense. It often brings repetition of situations, delays, and a sense of slowness. These phases are not easy for most people, but they are meant to teach patience, maturity, and much more than that. I will explain this retrograde phase in a detailed separate video when the time comes. Basically, Saturn is going back and forth from Uttar Bhadrapada to Revati to Uttar Bhadrapada, then again towards Revati for the entire 2026. Now coming to Jupiter. At present, Jupiter is transiting the sign of Gemini, your 12th house, and it is retrograde here. This is the last retrograde of Jupiter in Gemini. Jupiter will go direct on March 11, and later on June 2, it will enter the sign of Cancer. Until Jupiter is here in Gemini, until the first half of 2026, this is a phase of introspection. You may start thinking more deeply about your finances, spending habits, and life priorities. This period asks you to become more disciplined and with money. If financial planning was ignored earlier, this is a very good time to correct it. Saving money becomes very important here. But if Jupiter works negatively, expenses can increase. And if it works positively, then expenses can be meaningful as well. Like you spend on spiritual activities like rituals, Havan, Katha, and all that, or even on charitable causes. Since Jupiter is your 6th lord, placed in the 12th house, this is actually a very good time for charity and service. Helping others in whatever you can, whatever way you can, financially or otherwise, can bring some inner satisfaction and karmic balance for you. This period is also very supportive for people working in artistic, imaginative, or healing fields. Doctors, healers, counselors, spiritual practitioners, and even artists can benefit from this transit. Foreign travel or long-distance travel is also possible if your chart supports it, especially for spiritual purposes. Some delays or hurdles related to travel or visas can happen, but they are not permanent. And these issues can remain for some time. Health needs attention during this time because Jupiter is your 6th lord in the 12th house. From Gemini, Jupiter aspects your 4th house, your 6th house, and your 8th house. At the same time, Saturn is also influencing your 6th house. So this makes your prarabdha karma very highly active. Some important life events or deeper inner transformations can occur during this phase. This is also a supportive period for those interested in healing sciences, astrology, or occult knowledge. Many Cancer natives may feel naturally drawn towards these subjects. Your intuition can increase during this time. So it is very important to listen to your inner voice and trust it. On June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer and move into your 1st house. Jupiter is exalted here, so in many ways, this is a very supportive and positive placement. Still, it is important to remember that Jupiter is also your 6th lord. Because of this, health needs extra attention during this period. Small issues should not be ignored. At the same time, you need to be mindful of your communication as well, because if this transit does not work positively in some ways in your chart, then it can create misunderstandings or small disputes because of your communication. On a positive side, Jupiter in the 1st house brings confidence, positivity, and hope. If you have felt lost or confused over the past few years, this phase can bring bring some clarity. You may start understanding yourself better and feel more direction in life. Jupiter here also supports spiritual growth, especially since Jupiter has already been transiting the 12th house before this. However, Jupiter in the first house can also increase ego if you are not careful. Along with that, food cravings can increase, especially for rich or heavy food or sugary foods like sweet food. If discipline is missing, this can lead to weight gain. So taking care of your diet and daily routine becomes very important during this phase. Since Jupiter is also your 9th lord, luck can support you during this time, provided you stay grounded and balanced. Now coming to the most important phase for Cancer natives. This part is very sensitive because everything is happening around your ascendant. And why am I saying this? Because in the month of September, Mars will enter Cancer, its debilitation sign. And it will come into conjunction with Jupiter, exalted Jupiter in the first house. Now, why is it important? It is because from September onwards, Jupiter and Ketu will almost come nearer to each other, like almost 10 degrees nearer to each other. Ketu will be in Leo, Jupiter will be in the sign of Cancer, and that 10-degree difference, only 10-degree difference will indicates that both Jupiter and Ketu will start impacting each other. And this closeness of Jupiter and Ketu will continue for a long time, whether they are in conjunction together in Leo, whether they are in Cancer or Leo separately, but almost until May, June 2027 next year, they will be closer to each other. Not only Jupiter and Ketu, but also Mars as well. Mars will be going back and forth from Cancer to Leo, Leo to Cancer, because Mars is going retrograde in the sign of Leo. And Mars will be staying, going back and forth in these two signs for almost 8-9 months approximately. And again, this energy shift will be happening very near to Jupiter, Ketu. And because of the strong combination involving these three planets, major planets, so major changes and important life events can be triggered. This period can bring deep internal and external transformations for you. And Cancer natives will feel this energy very strongly because it directly affects their ascendant. And especially if your moon either in Cancer or in the sign of Leo, then you should be careful the most. From August onwards, extra care is needed to avoid accidents. First of all, drive carefully and avoiding risky actions is very important, like adventurous. Avoid doing anything adventurous during this period. Speech also becomes very important during this time. You may feel detached from family at times. There can be unexplained frustration as well. Some days you may feel low on energy or disconnected from your routine life without clearly knowing why. This period can feel confusing, and this confusion can easily turn into frustration or anger if emotions are not handled properly. Because of this, you need to be very mindful of your actions and reactions. People who have their moon in Cancer or Leo, especially in the nakshatras of Magha, in the nakshatra of Aries or Moola, then they will be affected the more during this phase. So for them, staying calm and emotionally balanced becomes extremely important. And because this energy shift will be happening between the Gandanta point of Cancer and Leo, this is going to be a very transformational period for all of us. And Jupiter will be entering the sign of Leo on 31st of October, where it will directly come into conjunction with Ketu in Magha. Tight conjunction. and Mars will enter the sign of Leo just 12 days after Jupiter enters the sign of Leo. And this energy can bring some family related stress or disagreements here. Communication needs to be handled again with lot of care. Some issues can also come up related to career or children as well. If you are pregnant, extra care is advised during this period. Financial discipline is very important. Avoid unnecessary expenses and focus on savings as much as possible, which will be very crucial. Savings will be very crucial here. Now, coming to Rahu. Rahu is currently transiting the sign of Aquarius, your 8th house. I have already explained Rahu's transit in Shatabhisha Nakshatra in a very detailed separate video. And most of the themes remain the same, so I will not repeat everything here in this video. So if you want to still know more about Rahu in Shatabhisha, you can go and watch that video. I have given the link in the description box below. Still, in brief, Rahu here in Shatabhisha can bring sudden gains as well as sudden losses depending on how it operates in your chart. Because of this, you must be very careful with finances. Avoid shortcuts, risky investments and gamblings or any promise of quick money. Health also needs attention, and it is best to stay away from toxic habits like smoking, alcohol, drugs or any form of intoxication. Keeping your lifestyle clean and disciplined will help you a lot during this phase. On June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra, which is ruled by Mars. Now during this time, you may feel a strong urge to take financial risk or invest in speculative markets. It may feel very convincing and tempting, especially while when Mars will be transiting the sign of Cancer and Leo. However, this is exactly the time when restraint is most needed. Mars will go retrograde in Leo and later re-enter Cancer in the next year before moving forward again. Because of this, the period until May-June 2027 approximately remains highly volatile, especially for financial decisions. So avoid any impulsive financial decisions and actions here. This is not the time to chase fast money. It is time to save, protect your resources and move cautiously. Issues with in-laws can also become more sensitive during this period. So patience and emotional control are important. On a positive side, Rahu in Dhanishta can be very good for the search work and for studying deep or hidden issues. If you channel this energy into learning and self-awareness, it can be used in a very constructive way. Then on November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, which is your 7th house. This can be a very supportive time for people who are into business, who want to bring something new or creative into their work. However, this should only be done with patience, proper planning and clear strategy. As I mentioned earlier, the planetary activity in your 1st house and 2nd house will be quite intense during this time. So impulsive decisions should be avoided. If you move step by step and think things through carefully, this period can support growth. This phase can also bring a change of place for some of you. And if you are planning marriage during this time, it is very important to truly understand your partner before making any legal long-term commitment. Take your time, communicate clearly and avoid rushing into marriage decisions. Now coming to Ketu. Ketu as of now is transiting the sign of Leo, your 2nd house. I have already spoken in detail about Jupiter Mars Ketu combination for Cancer natives, so I will not be repeating here. Still, one important thing to remember during this phase is to be very mindful of your words. Ketu in the 2nd house can make speech very direct and blunt, sometimes without the intention to hurt. Your words will have a strong impact, so keeping calm and speaking thoughtfully is very important. During this period, you may feel uncomfortable with family duties or responsibilities. You might not feel like taking up responsibilities, and you may feel like distancing yourself from family matters. But this is something you should consciously avoid. Ketu can create inner frustration and emotional distance within the family, and reacting to that by withdrawing can harm relationships in the long run. So try to stay connected even when it feels difficult, and do not allow frustration to spill into your words or actions. Eating and drinking habits can become irregular during this phase, so paying attention to your routine and diet will help you stay balanced. Ketu here can also create dissatisfaction related to finances. Even if you are not earning well, you may still feel that it is not enough. On a positive side, if you choose to be disciplined, this placement can actually help you save money. On November 25, Ketu will move into the sign of Cancer, which marks a very important and transformative phase for you. With Ketu in the first house, emotional confusion can increase. You may find it hard to understand your own feelings sometimes. Emotions may rise suddenly without clear reasons, and this can feel frustrating and overwhelming at times. If this confusion is not handled carefully, it can turn into frustration or impulsive actions, and that may not work in your favor. So this is why grounding yourself during this period is extremely important. Simple routines like calm habits and emotional awareness will help you a lot. At the same time, this is also a deeply spiritual phase. The combination of Jupiter and Ketu is a powerful combination for inner growth. Those who are genuinely walking the path of spirituality will find this period easier to handle. Spiritual practices can act as a strong supportive system and a protective shield during this time. Now, regarding who will feel this phase the most. Now, if you have Moon or any major planet in the first or in the second house, this period can affect you more strongly. Those who have Moon or Venus in the 7th and 10th house should be especially careful while making decisions related to marriage or business. This is also it is also important to observe the periods when your ascendant lord, the Moon, transits key houses like 1st, 2nd, 6th, 7th and the 12th house. These transits often brings noticeable changes, and being aware of them helps you respond more wisely. Overall, from mid-2026 onwards, Cancer natives will go through a highly transformative phase, and this is not something to fear, but it does require awareness, patience and self-care. Health should be priority throughout this time, both physical and emotional. And for the remedial part, chanting Vishnu Sahasranam regularly will be very, very, very beneficial. If possible, chant it once in the morning and once before sleeping. It can help bring mental peace and clarity. You can also chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha whenever you feel confused, stressed or emotionally overwhelmed. This mantra can help calm the mind and bring clarity during difficult periods. Leo ascendants and moon sign. First of all, I will start with Saturn. Saturn is currently moving through the sign of Pisces, which is your 8th house, in Pura Bhadrapada Nakshatra, and on January 20, Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra and will keep moving back and forth within this nakshatra for most of this year. Because of this, this year can feel a little intense on the inside. You may notice deep emotional changes, sudden shifts in your thinking or situations that that firmly push you to face fears you may have been avoiding for a long time. For those who are already spiritually inclined or emotionally mature, this phase can actually bring a strong inner growth and spiritual upliftment, especially because Ketu is also involved in the first house, is transiting in the first house. And since Saturn is transiting your 8th house, its influence is directly affecting your first house as well. Saturn is also the lord of your 6th house, and its placement in the 8th houses is not generally considered very supportive for health matters. Because of this, it is important to be extra careful about your health during this time. On top of that, Jupiter is also transiting your 11th house. So overall health awareness becomes very important. On top of that, Ketu is also transiting your first house. So overall health awareness becomes very important here. Please do not ignore small issues and try to maintain a healthy routine life. Matters related to shared finances, emotional dependency, trust, or relying on others may come up during this period. These situations will ask you to respond with maturity, patience, and clarity. Uttar Bhadrapada is a very sensitive and a powerful nakshatra with a deep serpentine energy. Saturn's transit here can work in two different ways. If this supports your chart, it can bring sudden gains and unexpected positive changes for you. If it does not, then it can bring sudden challenges or losses for you. This is why everything will strongly depend on your individual birth chart. Financial improvement is indicated until Jupiter remains in Gemini, which is your 11th house. However, I would strongly suggest being very cautious with financial investments, because in speculative or in higher risky matters, this could bring some losses later on. Saturn in this position does not support quick money, shortcuts, or unrealistic profit expectations. If you are thinking that a certain investment will suddenly give you big returns, it is better to stay grounded and practical unless your chart clearly supports such growth. During this phase, you should also take care of digestion related issues, bloating or stomach discomfort. At the same time, this is actually a very good period for learning and going deep into any knowledge that you want to pursue, whether it is spiritual learning, research work, or astrology, or occult sciences, archaeology, psychology, or any other subject that requires depth and focus. Saturn will support sincere effort. People working in research, investigation, counseling, healing professions, medical fields, or spiritual guidance can see slow but some steady growth during this period. Saturn is aspecting your 10th house from 8th house. It is also aspecting your 2nd house and your 5th house. Because of this, changes and transformations in career are possible. Progress may feel slow. At times, you may feel frustrated. There can be misunderstandings with co-workers or pressure from seniors as well. Financial matters may also create some tension within the family, so it is important to handle money wisely and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Saving money and managing expenses carefully will help you a lot during this phase. Family responsibilities may increase, and you may need to be more mindful of your speech as well, especially while talking to your family members, including children. Your children may need more attention and emotional support from you during this year. Entertainment and enjoyment may feel limited, or you may naturally distance yourself from unnecessary distractions during this period, which is not a bad thing if it helps you stay focused. On May 17, Saturn will move into Revati Nakshatra. For spiritually inclined people, this can be a very beautiful and supportive phase. Compared to Uttar Bhadrapada, the intensity here reduces slightly, making things feel a bit more manageable. Since Revati is ruled by Mercury, so financial matters, planning, and practical thinking will become more important. This period has the potential to bring financial growth, but only if handled with wisdom and care. However, after June, when Jupiter moves into Cancer and later comes closer to Ketu, financial management becomes extremely important again. This phase can bring either noticeable gains or noticeable losses depending on your choices and your chart. So once again, I would remind you to be very careful with speculative investments and avoid unnecessary financial risk here. Overall, this transit of Saturn is a deep transformative period for Leo natives. If you move with patience, awareness, and humility, it can bring long-term growth, inner strength, maturity, and peace. Now let's talk about Jupiter's transit. At present, Jupiter is transiting the sign of Gemini, your 11th house, and it is retrograde here as of now. Jupiter will remain in the sign of Gemini until 2nd June, and it will turn direct on March 11th in Gemini. This is actually the final phase of Jupiter's transit in Gemini. So the results of this transit can be felt more clearly now. During this period, Jupiter can open new doors for financial gains, income growth, and some profits, expected profits as well. Promotions or career growth are also possible as long as your birth chart supports it. At the same time, some ups and downs in finances may still continue because Jupiter is your 8th lord and Saturn is placed in the 8th house. Because of this, it is very important to avoid overconfidence when it comes to money and financial decisions. This period can also bring gains through inheritance or family-related assets for some people. One thing to be mindful of here is desires. Jupiter can increase your desires, your hopes and expectations. So keeping your desires under control will help you make better choices. On a positive note, this period can also support childbirth, especially if those who have been planning for a child since a long time. From 11th house, Jupiter aspects your 3rd and the 5th house and the 7th house. So this can support new beginnings such as starting a new project, business or initiative as long as everything is well thought out and properly planned. If you move ahead with patience and strategy, this can bring long-term benefits. This period can also support marriage for a meaningful relationship if your chart allows it. But it is also important to truly understand your partner and not rush into commitments. Your relationship with your children may also go through some changes, and a few ups and downs are also possible, but this phase helps in emotional growth as well. Spiritually, this is a supportive period for mantra chanting, for meditation, prayer and some spiritual practices. If you are pregnant, then take extra care of your health. On June 2nd, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your 12th house. From a spiritual point of view, this exalted Jupiter in 12th is a very beautiful phase spiritually. For those who are genuinely walking a spiritual path, a true spiritual path, this transit can bring deep inner upliftment and a stronger connection with your soul and the divine. It can also bring long distance travel or journeys, sometimes for spiritual and healing purposes as well. But because Jupiter, being the 8th lord, is exalted in the 12th house, you need to be careful with your health. Health becomes extremely important during this time. And Saturn is also positioned in the 8th house, Ketu is in the 1st house. So you really need to be careful about your physical and mental well-being. Please do not ignore the signals that your body gives you during this period. Jupiter in the 12th house can also increase expenses, so financial management also becomes important. This is a good time to save money and be disciplined with spending. Putting money into safe and long-term options like fixed deposits, insurance, or similar secure investments can be helpful. In this way, money is not wasted and it also creates security for the future. On a positive note, You may also spend money on auspicious or spiritual activities. That could be puja, havan, or spiritual rituals at home. And spending on such things can bring inner peace for you. Your intuition will also increase during this period, and you may feel more sensitive and aware on an inner level. I would encourage Leo natives to engage in humanitarian or social work during this phase, helping others, supporting an NGO, volunteering, or even taking responsibility for a child's education or medical needs or anything else can bring a lot of positive energy and emotional fulfillment. In September, around 18th September, Mars will enter the sign of Cancer and it will join Jupiter in the 12th house. Mars is your 9th and your 4th lord. So during this period, taking care of your parents' health will be important. There may be some concerns related to their well-being, and your attention and care will be needed here. Sleep issues may also trouble you during this time, so maintaining a calm routine will help you. Now coming to the most important phase, from September onwards, Jupiter will start moving closer towards Ketu. On 31st of October, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo, your first house, and come into tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. Few days later, on November 12th, Mars will also enter the sign of Leo, joining Jupiter and Ketu. Now this energy shift becomes very important because this is happening between Cancer and Leo, which we call it as Gandanta. And for Leo natives, it is very important, very crucial, because it is directly affecting not only your 12th house but also your first house, your Ascendant. It is affecting you. This is a major transformational phase for you. Health, both and your parents' health, will be very important, will need extra attention. Sleep disturbances, acidity, gastric issues, blood pressure, sugar-related concerns may become more noticeable, especially if you already have such conditions. If you have any chronic condition, any chronic disease, then you need to be very cautious during this period. Care and discipline will be very important. Since Jupiter and Mars will be transiting your first house, along with Ketu, you should also be cautious about accidents, especially while driving. This period can bring major life changes. It may bring a new home, an important event related to your home, your father, or significant shift in your personal life as well. Because all this energy is concentrated in the first house and the 12th house, it is very important to be mindful of your actions, your decisions, and also your speech, because it's affecting your first house. Anger and aggression can rise easily during this phase, so staying calm and grounded will help you handle things better. Try to follow the wisdom of Jupiter and keep your ego in check, as this will decide how positively this period unfolds for you. There can be ups and downs during this time, so being mentally prepared will help you stay balanced. Despite the intensity, this is a powerful spiritual phase. If handled with awareness, patience, and humility, it can take you to a very higher level of inner growth and spiritual understanding. And remember, this energy of Rahu, Ketu, and Mars affecting each other, both in Leo and in Cancer. This energy will be affecting each other for almost 8 to 9 months. I have explained this in detail in the general section of the video, so please go and listen to that part, because it is very important. That will be a very crucial period for all of us. The period from September onwards will be very crucial for each and every one of us, especially for Leo ascendants. Now, moving towards Rahu. Rahu as of now is transiting the sign of Aquarius, which is your 7th house, and it is placed in the nakshatra of Shatabisha. I have already made a detailed video on Rahu in Aquarius in Shatabisha, where I have explained most of these themes in depth about Rahu and Shatabisha. Whatever I have shared there largely applies here as well. So I won't be sharing each and everything here about Rahu's transit in Shatabisha. I have given the link to that video in the description box, so please go and check it out if you haven't watched that video. Because if I repeat everything here, the video will become very long. So I would sincerely suggest you that please check that video. I have given the link in the description box below. Now, the main period of Rahu that I really want to draw your attention to is February 2026. February and March. During this time, Mars, Sun, Mercury, Venus will join Rahu in Aquarius, your 7th house. They will not enter the sign of Aquarius at the same time. They will be entering at different dates in the month of February. And all these planets will, this combination will more or less stay active until March and April starting, after which planets will start moving one by one. And Mercury is going retrograde in Aquarius during this phase. Now, these intense planetary war, this intense planetary activity in your 7th house for almost 2 months make this a very sensitive period for marriage and business and partnerships. During this time, it is extremely important to stay calm, grounded, and patient in your marriage. The combination of Mars and Rahu creates Angarak Yoga, and Sun added to this. Sun and Mercury added to this can become like an explosive. Emotions can easily become explosive here. Aquarius is not a very comfortable sign for planets like Mars, Sun, or Mercury. So understanding this energy is very important. During this period, misunderstandings, ego clashes, and impulsive reactions can increase between you and your partner, whether it is your business partner or your life partner. Because of this, I would highly advise that if you are unmarried, it is better to avoid getting married for the period of February and March. And even please don't start a new relationship during this period, whether you include your love relationship. If you're already married, this is the time to consciously choose patience, maturity, and calm communication, even if situations try to trigger you. On the positive side, this period can be very powerful for business matters, but only if handled with wisdom. If you're planning to start a new business, expand your business, or take a bold professional step, this period gives you the energy, very needed energy, courage, confidence, and drive. However, everything must be planned properly and executed ethically. If actions are impulsive, dishonest, or poorly planned, this same energy can backfire badly. One important thing to remember is that all these planets will later move into Pisces, where Saturn is already present in the 8th house. This means that the actions you take in Aquarius will eventually face Saturn's judgment. If actions are negative or unethical, Saturn will bring some setbacks or troubles later on. So staying honest and responsible is very important. Now on 30th June, Rahu will move into Dhanishta Nakshatra in Aquarius. Rahu in Dhanishta is not considered very, very supportive for marital harmony. Because of this, calmness, maturity, and emotional balance becomes very important in marriage. And remember, Dhanishta is ruled by Mars. Communication with your spouse will play a key role throughout Rahu's transit in the 7th house. Try to respond with wisdom rather than reacting out of impulse. At the same time, Rahu in Dhanishta can be very good for business growth, new ventures, professional expansion, as long as everything is done with proper planning in a righteous and ethical way. Now on November 25, Rahu, Ketu both will change their signs. Rahu will move into the sign of Capricorn in the 6th house. During this phase, if you are planning to take a loan, that is a possibility that you may get one. It's a favorable period for loans. However, please be very careful and only take what you genuinely need. Rahu's influence here can sometimes push people to take more credit than required, which later becomes difficult to manage. This period can also bring disputes or hidden challenges as well, but at the same time, the same Rahu will give you the strength to face enemies and will help you overcome obstacles. Communication again becomes very important here, because careless words can turn small issues into long-term disputes or legal matters. Now coming to Ketu, at present Ketu is transiting the sign of Leo, your first house in Pura Falguni Nakshatra. Then around March end, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra, which is ruled by Ketu itself. Now until Ketu is present in Pura Falguni and even in Magha, in both these nakshatras, you may feel dissatisfaction, lack of motivation, or a sense of emotional disconnection from certain areas of life. At times you may feel lazy or withdrawn, even in situations where action is required. Because of this, self-discipline becomes very important. When Ketu enters Magha, which is ruled by Ketu itself, its energy becomes even much stronger. Ego can rise very easily during this phase, so staying grounded is essential. Spiritually, this is a very powerful period and can bring deep inner growth and awareness. At the same time, health needs attention, especially if you have planets in Magha, Mula or Ashwini. This period can also bring noticeable transformations, both internally and externally. If your 10th Lord is placed in the first house in Leo, this period can bring career upliftment or a higher position provided your chart supports it. On the other hand, Ketu in the first house can bring changes at home front, can also make you withdraw from social life or public attention. Physical tiredness or lack of motivation, mental exhaustion can be common. So listening to your body is very important. I have already spoken about major Jupiter, Mars and Ketu combination that starts from September. So I will not repeat that here. On November 25, Ketu will move into Cancer, which is your 12th house. Once again, health becomes very important. Sleep disturbances are quite possible during this phase. Try to avoid late nights, reduce screen time and eat on time, and maintain disciplined daily routine. Ketu in the 12th house can increase expenses, so financial planning is necessary. At the same time, it can also encourage savings and mindful spending if it goes positive in your chart. This is a very beautiful period for charity, spiritual service or helping others. Ketu in Cancer in the 12th house can significantly enhance your intuition as well. If supported by your chart, your inner voice can guide you very strongly during this time. So do not ignore it. This period supports deep spiritual growth and emotional healing. Those who have moon in Cancer, moon in Aquarius or under Ketu's influence, or those with planets in Ashwini or Mula or even in Magha may feel these effects more strongly. For Leonidas especially, this entire phase asks you to stay calm, avoid aggression and think before speaking or acting. Impulsive behavior can affect relationships, your professional image and your personal stability as well. And for remedial part, you should regularly do Ganesh Aradhana, chant Narayan Kavach or Yamuna Kavach whenever possible. Chant Shri Krishna Sharnam Mama. This can be very helpful, especially during moments of frustration, anxiety, or anger, and it will help you bring emotional balance and clarity during this period. Virgo ascendants and moon sign. For Virgo natives, I will start with Saturn first. Saturn as of now is transiting the sign of Pisces, your 7th house in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. And on January 20, Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra in the same sign and house. Now this is an important transit, especially when it comes to your marriage, your partnerships, your business partnerships, and your business matters. This phase is actually the peak phase of Saturn's transit in the 12th house. So the results of Saturn will now start becoming more visible and noticeable in these areas of your life. This period is mainly asking you to work on your relationships, especially your marriage or long-term partnerships. Saturn in the 7th house brings responsibilities, and at times you may feel that the weight of responsibility towards your spouse has increased a lot. In some cases, you may even need to take extra care of your spouse, especially if there are health-related concerns. This does not mean that something negative will surely happen, but Saturn often teaches through duty, service, and commitment. Since Saturn is your 6th lord placed in the 7th house, it can bring unresolved issues in marriage or business partnerships to the surface. The purpose of this is not to break things, but to make you both aware of what needs attention and healing. Uttar Bhadrapada is milder compared to Purva Bhadrapada, so the intensity here is relatively softer than what it may have felt earlier. Things can feel more manageable now, a little bit. On a positive side, Saturn in the 7th house, even though it brings challenges and emotional heaviness at times, it also gives you and your partner the opportunity to work towards your marriage together maturely. If both of you put in sincere effort, Saturn can actually strengthen your bond and make it more stable and long-lasting. This is the kind of strength that stays with you for years and years. For those who are unmarried, this period can also bring marriage, especially if your chart supports it. Since Saturn is also your 5th lord, this transit can bring changes related to relationships, romance, and emotional choices. It can also help you walk away from unhealthy or toxic relationships that are no longer serving you. On a business and career point of view, this transit can be very supportive if you work with discipline, patience, and honesty. If you plan carefully, follow ethical practices, and stay consistent, Saturn can slowly uplift you in business and career matters. Financially as well, steady growth is possible through hard work rather than shortcuts. From 7th house, Saturn is aspecting your 1st house, your 9th house, and your 4th house. Because of this, a phase of transformation begins in your life. Changes at home are possible, and you may need to take care of your parents' health during this period. This is also a good time for learning. Saturn will not teach you through books or through any theoretical knowledge, but through some real life experiences. So I would recommend you using this period to learn a new skill or a subject that can help you grow professionally and upgrade your skill and upgrade your career. Then on May 17th, Saturn will move into Revati Nakshatra. Here the intensity in relationship may start softening a little. You may gain a clearer understanding of what you truly need from your partner, whether it is your life partner or your business or business partner. And also what you are realistically able to give. Saturn will slowly remove illusions and help you see people as they truly are, both in personal and professional relationships. Even then, as long as Saturn remains in the 7th house, the responsibilities and commitments may feel heavy at times. You may feel emotionally stretched or tired, but this is Saturn's way of teaching patience, maturity, healthy boundaries, and a balanced expectations in relationships. Since Mercury is your ascendant lord as well as your 10th lord, changes in career, job role or work responsibilities are very likely during this phase. Along with that, inner transformation within yourself is also very much possible. However, one thing that needs constant attention during this period is your health. Do not ignore your health. Rest, routine and mental well-being will be very important. Saturn will go retrograde in Revati on July 27, and it will move back into Uttar Bhadrapada on 9th of October. Then Saturn will turn direct in Uttar Bhadrapada on 11th December. So this means that Saturn will keep moving back and forth in Uttar Bhadrapada for most of this year. Because of this, and I said earlier, because this is the peak phase of Saturn in Pisces, and Uttar Bhadrapada is ruled by Saturn itself, so the lessons and the results of this transit will be felt more strongly and more clearly. Overall, this is a serious and meaningful phase for Virgo natives. If you stay patient, responsible, honest, and emotionally mature, Saturn can help you build long-term stability in relationships, career, and within yourself. Now moving to Jupiter. Jupiter as of now is transiting the sign of Gemini, your 10th house. And Jupiter will remain in the sign of Gemini until 2nd June. Jupiter will turn direct in Gemini on March 11 because right now Jupiter is retrograde. As long as Jupiter is in Gemini, this first half of 2026, this is an important phase of your career. Growth may not feel very easy or fast, but it will bring some steady and meaningful results. You may feel that things are moving slowly, yet there will be progress and your efforts will not go waste. This period can support career development. It can support learning new skills related to your profession and improving your knowledge in a way that helps you grow at your work. Some of you may also see changes related to your living situation, such as purchasing a property or changing your residence, if your chart supports it. This is also a good time to find new ways to earn money or improve your financial stability. On a personal level, this phase can also help you improve your lifestyle, especially your eating habits, and move towards a healthier routine. On June 2nd, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your 11th house. Now, this transit can open doors for gains, promotions, and career advancement provided your chart supports it. There can also be gains through property, business, or even through your spouse. Jupiter in Cancer is strong because it's the exalted position for Jupiter, so it can fulfill certain desires and bring opportunities for you here in the 11th house. However, the main thing to be careful about during this phase is controlling your desires, because Jupiter, exalted Jupiter here, can amplify your wants, your expectations, your desires. So staying grounded and realistic becomes very important. Things becomes more sensitive around September when Jupiter will come closer to Ketu. And Mars will also enter the sign of Cancer in September mid. So Mars is debilitated in Cancer, and since Mars is your 3rd lord and 8th lord in the 11th house, it can increase restlessness, and it can also increase ambition as well. In that way it is good, and it can also increase the desire to achieve more and more, even when you already have enough. So if this energy is not handled carefully, then it can push you towards impulsive actions or choices that may not be right. Especially when this combination happens in an Aslesha Nakshatra. That is why understanding your limits and maintaining ethical boundaries is very important. Another important reason to stay balanced is that on 31st October, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo and come into direct tight conjunction with Ketu in Makha Nakshatra. Jupiter, Mars and Ketu will start influencing each other strongly when they come close in degrees from September. So this period, especially from September 2026 onwards, becomes major turning point for everyone, not just for Virgo natives, but each and every one of us. This energy shift between Cancer and Leo is deeply transformative and may also ask for some letting go or sacrifices as well, because this energy shift will be happening between Cancer and Leo, which we call it as Gandanta, and this is your 11th and your 12th house. And this energy will stay active. This closeness of Ketu, Jupiter and Mars will remain until 8 to 9 months. I have explained this entire concept in the general section of the video. So please go and check it out, because it's very important to understand this entire combination. You will be able to get to know many things, and also you will be able to connect it with your own chart. Now coming back to this combination, the more desires you hold on to, the more difficult this phase can feel. The more content and grounded you are, the smoother this phase will become. During this time, health and sleep may get affected. You may feel frustration related to your job, finances, family matters or relationships. Issues with co-workers or seniors can also arise. This frustration can sometimes push you towards impulsive decisions like quitting a job suddenly or reacting harshly with family members. This is where it becomes very important to hold on to Jupiter's wisdom. Stay patient and avoid making emotional decisions that you may regret later on. This period can also bring noticeable changes in your social circle as well. Whether these changes turn out to be positive or not will depend entirely on your individual chart. I am repeating here once again that I have already spoken in detail about Jupiter-Ketu-Mars combination in the general section, and I would strongly recommend going through that part, because it is not a small transit. It is a major phase that will impact all of us collectively. From September onwards, you need to be especially careful with new beginnings, your decisions, and including your speculative investments. Another important thing to remember is that Mars will go retrograde in Leo and will keep moving back and forth between Leo and Cancer for approximately 8 to 9 months. Including Jupiter. Jupiter will also go retrograde in Leo and move back to Cancer, and it will be going back and forth between Leo and Cancer. And by the time Jupiter re-enters the sign of Cancer next year, Ketu would have already moved into the sign of Cancer. So all these three planets will keep interacting in both Leo and Cancer, which makes this entire phase quite sensitive and very unpredictable from September onwards until maybe May, June 2027. So overall, the period from September onwards is very important for everyone. Now let's talk about Rahu. At present, Rahu is transiting the sign of Aquarius, which is your 6th house. I have already explained about Rahu's transit in Shatabisha Nakshatra in Aquarius in detail in one of my previous videos, and most of what I shared there will apply here as well throughout Rahu's transit in Shatabisha. And I would strongly suggest that if you haven't watched that video, then please go and watch that video. It will give you a clearer and more complete picture of what Rahu in Aquarius can bring, in Rahu in Sattvisha can bring for you. I have shared the link in the description box below. So until Rahu stays in the 6th house, it can bring certain health challenges into your life. You may notice a increase in competition, opposition, or people working against you. At times, it may feel like you are being pushed to face issues directly, even when you would prefer to avoid them. This can feel uncomfortable, but there is no need to worry too much. Rahu in the 6th house can also give you the strength and courage to deal with these challenges. If you put in sincere effort, you are likely to come out stronger than before. Another positive factor here is that Jupiter is aspecting Rahu from Gemini, which means until Jupiter is aspecting this Rahu, you will receive Jupiter's support and guidance. The main thing you need to be careful about during this time is overthinking. Rahu, especially in Sattvisha, can make the mind very active, and you may start analyzing things too much. This can increase stress and may affect your sleep or health if you are not mindful. If you are planning to change your job and start something new or take an important step in your career, this period can support such actions. However, it is important not to take decisions based purely on emotions or impatience. Try to use logic, your maturity, and Jupiter's wisdom while making major choices. Financially, this phase can bring growth, but only if you plan carefully. It is better to stay away from unnecessary disputes, especially related to money. Now when Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra on June 30, it becomes even more important to be careful with conflicts and communication. During this phase, there is a tendency to become overconfident. You may start feeling that nothing can go wrong and that you can handle anything easily. For example, you may feel confident enough to take loans or borrow money, believing that repaying a loan will not be an issue. Rahu in Dhanishta does give courage, no doubt, but it can also create an illusion. Later, when that illusion fades, you may realize that you have taken on more responsibility than you can comfortably manage. That is why practicality is very important during this time. You also need to be very calm as much as possible, because this period can increase anger and aggression. And the movement of Jupiter and Mars, and the conjunction of Mars and Jupiter with Ketu, both in Cancer and in Leo during this time, can further add to emotional intensity. So if anger is not handled properly, small issues can turn into long-lasting disputes that are not easy to resolve. So it is much better to avoid unnecessary arguments from the beginning. Now, one of the most sensitive periods during the initial phase of 2026 comes in February. During this month, Mars, Sun, Mercury, Venus will enter Aquarius at different times and will come into conjunction with Rahu here in the 6th house. This creates a very strong and intense planetary combination. Since Rahu is already powerful here in Sattvisha and in Aquarius, both and Mars added to this combination creates Angarak Yoga. And then the presence of Sun further increases heat and intensity. Sun and Mercury both. So this period can bring verbal arguments, debates, or conflicts in your workplace, especially with co-workers or seniors. Your Ascendant Lord Mercury will also be present here, and it will go retrograde here in the 6th house. And Mercury will stay in Aquarius for more than 2 months, from February till March and or April starting. So which can make this phase very important for you. It can make this phase mentally exhausting as well. You may feel irritated, restless, or frustrated, and these emotions can come out easily through speech. Venus being there means relationship can get affected if words are not chosen carefully. Disputes may arise suddenly, and in some cases they can even turn into legal matters if not handled calmly. Issues with neighbors are also possible during this time. Despite all this, you will still have an upper hand. The sixth house is about fighting and overcoming difficulties. And so much planetary energy here gives you strength, courage, and confidence. In the end, you are likely to come out on top. But, however, it is very important to avoid unnecessary stress as much as possible. Speak calmly, choose your words wisely, and do not fight battles that are not worth your energy. Where action is truly needed, you should stand your ground. But where it is not necessary, it is better to step back. Avoid taking impulsive career decisions during this period. Think carefully and act with patience. This phase can be supportive for people working in fields like law, auditing, similar professions. But health should not be ignored. Sleep issues can increase. And if birth chart supports it, there could also be hospital visits or even surgeries, either for you or someone in your family. But this will only happen if your personal chart indicates that. Even if situations arise, situations arise, you will be able to handle them as long as you stay disciplined and calm. Family-related disputes or disagreements with neighbors may also come up during this time, so try to maintain balance and emotional control. Finally, on November 5, Rahu will move into the sign of Capricorn, your 5th house. During this phase, your focus may shift towards your children, especially their health and education. If this transit works positively in your chart, your children can do very well academically, and their understanding and learning ability can improve. However, if this energy turns challenging, it may make them distracted or less focused on studies. So guidance and attention will be important. This period can also be supportive if you are considering IVF, adoption, or planning for a child, depending on how your overall chart supports it. Now let's talk about Ketu. Ketu, as of now, is transiting the sign of Leo, which is your 12th house. During this phase, health needs a little extra attention, especially sleep. Many Virgo natives may notice disturbed sleep patterns, restlessness, or feeling mentally tired. Because of this, it becomes very important to follow disciplined and healthy lifestyle. Simple habits like proper rest, regular routine, and mindful living can help a lot during this time. This is also a very meaningful period to help others. If you are able to support the needy, contribute to charity, or help people in any way, it is highly recommended. Doing so with pure intention can bring very positive karmic result. Even small acts of kindness can make a big difference during this transit. Ketu in the 12th house also strengthens intuition. This can be a supportive period for people working in medical or healing fields, such as doctors, healthcare workers, hospital staff, or those connected to wellness, spiritual healing, meditation, yoga, or similar practices. For such professions, Ketu can guide and support you from within. This transit can also naturally reduce attachment to material desires. You may willingly let go of certain wants, not because of loss, but because they no longer feel important. This inner detachment can slowly move you towards higher wisdom, spiritual understanding, and deeper knowledge. Ketu in the 12th houses is very spiritual placement. And for those who are genuinely inclined towards inner growth, spirituality, it can bring deep realizations and even enlightenment. However, if this energy goes negative in your chart, then it can increase expenses or create unnecessary fears. These fears may not always have a clear reason, but they can still feel disturbing. Awareness and grounding are important during such moments. I have already explained Jupiter Mars combination and Ketu combination for Virgo natives, so I will not repeat that here. Now Ketu will enter Magha on March 29 in this in the same sign, in the 12th house. Now Ketu is very strong here in Magha because Magha is ruled by Ketu itself. During this time, once again, health should be handled with care. If you have planets in your 8th house, in the 4th house, in the 12th house, it is very important to be mindful of your mother's health. This period may also support foreign travels or connections with distant places if birth chart allows it. Then on November 25, Ketu will move into the sign of Cancer, your 11th house. This phase becomes very important in terms of inner satisfaction. Satisfaction related to finances, gains, achievement, unfulfilled desires will be very necessary. If you are unable to develop contentment from within, then this transit will feel heavier. And also if expectations are too high, this period can also bring dissatisfaction and emotional frustration as well. You may feel sensitive about money, income, or the results of your efforts. There can be moments where emotions feel confusing, and you may not fully understand why you are feeling unsettled. This can be very frustrating, but it is part of Ketu's way of asking you to detach emotionally from outcomes. Financially, money can move in, but it may also go out easily, so careful handling is needed. Those who have important planets in the 8th house, in the 12th, in the 11th house, or those who with moon in Cancer, Leo, Aquarius should be very mindful during this phase. And for Virgo natives, ego-related issues may easily increase when your Ascendant Lord Mercury transits Aquarius, your 6th house. So it is important to remember that Mercury, along with other planets involved in the planetary activity in Aquarius, will eventually move forward into Pisces, where Saturn is placed. And Saturn represents karma full. All these planets will eventually have to face Saturn and will have to give an account of their actions. So if actions are done honestly and with good intention, there is nothing to fear. But if not, Saturn will teach lesson in its own unique manner. For remedies, meditation can be very helpful during this time. It can calm the mind and bring emotional balance. Chanting Om Namah Shivaya can help reduce anger, fear and stress and can create a sense of peace from within. Hanuman Chalisa can give strength and courage as well, while worship or prayer to Ma Gayatri can improve mental clarity, focus and wisdom and inner stability. Practices like meditation, yoga, pranayam or surrendering to any form of divine that you worship with pure intention and devotion can offer protection, strength and deep inner peace during this phase. Libra ascendants and moon sign. For Libra natives, I will begin with Saturn. At present, Saturn is currently transiting the sign of Pisces, your 6th house, in Pura Bhadrapad Nakshatra. From January 20, Saturn will move into Uttar Bhadrapad Nakshatra. Saturn in the 6th house is generally considered a supportive placement because it helps you deal with obstacles, enemies and competition. But one thing to understand here is that Saturn does not remove challenges without effort. You will have to face your problems directly. And in order to eliminate or in order to remove those obstacles, you will have to face obstacles, challenges. Whether it is competition at work, whether it is your adversaries, enemies, daily struggles, daily routine life struggles, Saturn here wants you to confront them patiently and responsibly. At times, Saturn in this position can make you can make you feel a little lazy or slow when challenges arise. You may feel like delaying things or avoiding confrontation, but if you stay disciplined, active, and approach your problems with patience and proper planning, Saturn itself will support you and help you overcome these obstacles step by step. This period can also be very transformative for your relationship with your family, especially with your children. You will be asked to find balance here. There will be times when you need to be strict and times when you need to be understanding and gentle with your children. Maintaining this balance is very important. Saturn in the 6th house also indicates that your prarabdha karma is highly active, which means certain responsibilities and lessons cannot be avoided. Saturn wants you to face them, resolve them, and grow through them in this lifetime. When it comes to health, Libra natives should be quite mindful during this period. Saturn in the 6th house often brings recurring or minor health issues. Digestive problems, bloating, stomach-related discomfort, or general weakness can come and go. These may not always be serious, but they should not be ignored. Paying attention to your diet, routine, and overall lifestyle will help you manage this phase much better. Professionally, this period can be supportive for people working in healing-related fields, whether physical or mental healing. It is also a good time for doctors, social workers, service professionals, teachers, legal professionals, auditors, journalists, and those working in managerial roles. Saturn supports work that requires responsibility, patience, and service to others. Saturn from the 6th house will aspect your 8th house, your 12th house, and your 3rd house. Because of this, you may sometimes hear harsh words from others or face negativity in communication. Emotionally, this can feel little heavy at times. But on a deeper level, this is also a spiritually important period. Saturn's aspect on the 12th house can bring spiritual growth, although it may also bring hidden fears to the surface as well. These fears may not always have a clear reason or may not be real, but they are meant to be acknowledged and released. This transit can also bring changes in your relationship with your younger siblings. At the same time, it is a very good period to focus on learning new skills or going deeper into subjects you are already interested in. Saturn wants mastery and not shortcuts. Any skill you patiently work on during this time can benefit you in the long run. On May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. With this shift, the pressure related to work and responsibility may start feeling slightly more manageable. Things may become more organized and you may feel that you understand your duties better. Even then, discipline remains important, whether it is your daily routine, career, or personal responsibilities. Consistency will still be required. Health again needs attention during this phase. Revati is ruled by Mercury, and during this time, you may also need to be mindful of your father's health. Some long-lasting work-related or routine-related issues may slowly begin to resolve. This is not an overnight change, but gradual improvement is possible. If you are looking for a job or considering a change in your career, this phase can bring positive movement, provided you stay patient and realistic. In the month of July, Saturn will go retrograde in Revati, and later on October 9, Saturn will re-enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Saturn will then turn direct again in Uttar Bhadrapada on December 11. So throughout 2026, Saturn will move back and forth between these two nakshatras, Revati and Uttar Bhadrapada. This shows that the year is about revisiting responsibilities, certain responsibilities, correcting past mistakes, and slowly strengthening your foundation. Now let's talk about Jupiter. For the first half of the year 2026, Jupiter will be transiting the sign of Gemini. And it is already retrograde here in the sign of Gemini, and in the month of March, Jupiter will turn direct, and then on June 2nd, Jupiter will move to the sign of Cancer. Now, while Jupiter is in Gemini, this is actually a very supportive and beautiful phase for inner growth. This position strongly supports spiritual development, spiritual understanding, and guidance. You may naturally feel more inclined towards spirituality, faith, or deeper thinking. If your chart supports it, this can also be a good time for long distance travel or spiritual journeys. This is also a very good period for learning. If you want to study something new, go for higher education, or gain deeper knowledge in any subject, this phase supports that very well. Jupiter here encourages wisdom, learning, and personal growth. Since Jupiter is your 6th lord placed in the 9th house, you should be mindful of your father's health during this period. Your relationship with your father or matters related to your home may need a little extra care and understanding. With conscious effort, these relationships can improve. Overall, while Jupiter is in Gemini, luck will support you and many challenges in life can be managed more easily. Now on June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 10th house. Now Jupiter's entry into the 10th house can bring positive developments in your career. New opportunities may come your way, and if your chart supports it, this can be a time of professional growth or recognition. However, during this phase, you need to be extra careful with your speech and behavior at a workplace. Try to stay away from arguments with co-workers or seniors, unnecessary arguments. Even small misunderstandings can grow if not handled calmly. As long as Jupiter alone is in Cancer until September, things will remain manageable. I'm saying for some time because from September 2026 onwards, the energy starts changing. Jupiter and Ketu will come very close to each other when I consider the degrees. Even though they will be in different signs, Jupiter will be in Cancer, Ketu will be in the Leo, but they will strongly start influencing each other. Because by the month of September or September mid, Jupiter would have reached 20-21 degrees in the sign of Cancer, and Ketu would have reached 1 or 2 degrees in the sign of Leo in Magha. So both will be very near to each other, within the limits, like within 10 degrees nearer to each other, and both will start influencing each other. I have explained this entire concept and the Gandanta between the sign of Cancer and Leo, this entire combination, in the general section of 2026 analysis. So please do watch it, because it will give you a clearer picture of how it will work and how you can analyze it for your own chart. Now coming back to Jupiter's transit in Cancer, then in the month of September, mid-September, Mars will also enter the sign of Cancer, its debilitation sign. And this major shift, this combination of Jupiter, Mars and Ketu happens between the borders of Cancer and Leo, which we call it as Gandanta. It makes a very important, a very crucial period for all of us, and a very transformative phase as well. On October 31st, Jupiter will enter Leo and immediately come into tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha. Just about 12 days later, Mars will enter Leo, joining Jupiter and Ketu. So this makes the period very sensitive and powerful. For Libra natives, this phase can bring major changes in career and finances. If your chart supports it, then this period can bring promotion, growth, or a rise in status. But along with growth, responsibilities will also increase. Frustration, pressure, and the urge to quit your job may also rise at the same time. This is why it's very important to hold on to Jupiter's wisdom. Please do not take big career decisions out of anger, stress, or frustration. Think calmly before every move. If you get a good and stable opportunity, then moving ahead is fine. But quitting your job impulsively and then looking for another one is not advised during this phase, as things may not fall into place easily or as you have thought. Workplace politics can also surface during this time. Still, this period also has the potential to help you change jobs, but only if it is done wisely and with proper planning. Your public image and reputation will also be under focus. So be very careful about what you say and how you say it. Your words and actions will matter a lot. During this phase, family and personal relationships will also need some wise handling. Stress related to work or finances can also spill over into family life and create issues. Financial ups and downs may also affect emotional stability. Money may come in, but it may go out as quickly. So financial planning is also very important. This entire phase becomes even more complex because Jupiter and Mars both will move back and forth between Cancer and Leo. And this energy, this combination of Jupiter, Mars and Ketu, whether they are in either in Cancer or in Leo, or they are together, but they will be impacting each other. When I consider the degrees, they will be affecting each other for approximately 8 to 9 months starting from September onwards. And because of this, the period can feel tiring, emotionally draining, frustrating, especially in career matters, family life, personal relationships, and even marriage. The key here is patience. Try to stay calm, act wisely, and avoid reacting impulsively. Go with the flow instead of resisting changes. If you stay grounded, practical, and guided by wisdom of Jupiter rather than blind emotion, then you will be able to move through this phase much more smoothly and come out stronger on the other side. Now let's talk about Rahu. At present, Rahu is transiting the sign of Aquarius, which is your 5th house. I have already shared a very detailed video on Rahu's transit in Shatabisha, and I have mentioned everything in depth there. So I have given the link in the description box. So I would recommend you to watch that video for complete understanding of Rahu in Rahu's transit in Shatabisha. And Rahu will remain in the nakshatra of Shatabisha until June end. If I briefly talk about this transit in Shatabisha, Rahu's transit, then if I consider only the most important points here, then Rahu here can actually be very supportive for learning. This is a very good period for Libra natives. And this is also a good period for learning new skills, new subjects, or anything that helps you grow both intellectually and professionally. This is especially a good phase for people working in creative fields. Your imagination can become very strong and you may get sudden ideas or insights. And at the same time, because Rahu is in the 5th house, this can also create confusion when it comes to decision making. Decision making may feel unclear at times, so it is very important not to act impulsively. Take your time, think calmly, and then move forward. Or take someone's advice. And this period can also bring fun, enjoyment, and entertainment into your life, which is completely fine. Just try not to overindulge, because excess in anything can create problems later. For students, this can be a good phase if sincere effort is made. However, if this transit goes negative in your chart, distractions can increase. This is also a very supportive time for people working in artistic, teaching, entertainment, or imaginative fields, such as animation, designing, VFX, or similar areas. One important thing to remember during this period is to avoid blind impulsive investment, especially in stock market. Also take proper care of your children's health. Stay away from shortcuts or unethical methods because Rahu may tempt you to take such paths. Rahu in the 5th house can also bring romantic relationships into your life. If you are considering something long-term or serious, then please make sure you understand the person well before making long-term commitment. Now, a most important phase comes in February 2026, February and March. During these months, Mars, Mercury, Sun and Venus will enter the sign of Aquarius on different dates. In the month of February, these planets will enter on different dates. And these planets will come into conjunction with Rahu and Shatabisha. And because this combination is happening in the 5th house along with Rahu, and Mars Rahu together creates Angarak Yoga. And when planets like Sun, Mercury joins in, the intensity, the fiery energy increases even more, much more. This combination will remain active for almost 2 months approximately. And during this period, extra care is needed regarding your children. There can be chances of injuries or accidents to your children, so attention and caution are very important. If the chart supports it, medical procedures or hospital visits related to children may also happen, but only if the chart supports. Emotional ups and downs between you and your children may happen, and anger issues or frustration may arise on either side as well. The only way to handle this phase smoothly is with patience, calmness and maturity. Romantic relationships may go through some stress during this time, and marriage and family relationships or romantic relationships can feel tense. Anger, frustration may easily rise, so it is important to stay on the path of calmness and as much as possible. And please stay on the path of righteousness and avoid reacting emotionally during this period. Speculative investments should be avoided completely during this phase, as this period can create strong illusions and overconfidence. It may feel like taking risk will bring quick gains, but if things go wrong, that losses can be heavy. Still, this is a very good period for learning. If you want to start learning something new, then this is the phase. This phase gives you the necessary energy and focus to do something sincerely. So just go for it. Then on June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra. During this phase, children can do well in academics and sports. This is a good period for sports, adventure activities and physical challenges. However, relationship-related issues with children or romantic partners may still remain. During February and March, if the planetary war of these many planets does not go well in your chart, then romantic relationships may break. In extreme cases, if the chart strongly supports it, then it could even bring confusion involving multiple relationships. Again, this entirely depends on your individual chart. Then on November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, your 4th house. During this time, you may buy new assets, gadgets, or bring new technology into your home. You may also think about interior changes or innovation. At the same time, Rahu in the 4th house can create disturbances related to property, home matters, or family peace. You may feel less interested in household responsibilities, and your mother's health will need attention during this time. Now coming to Ketu. Ketu as of now is transiting the sign of Leo, your 11th house. With Ketu here, financial matters may feel unstable. Even if income is coming in, expenses may rise equally, or money may come in smaller amounts instead of one-time gains. This pattern can continue while Ketu stays in the 11th house. The key lesson here, or the key point to remember here, is that the more desires you hold on to, the harder it becomes to feel satisfied. The moment you start letting go and accepting things as they come, life becomes easier. This is how Ketu works in the 11th house. You may also distance yourself from certain friends or social circles during this time. Isolation may feel more comfortable. Still try to maintain healthy connections with people who genuinely support you. Ego issues with friends can come up, so careful with your words. Be careful with your words. Changes in social circle are also possible. Then on March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. During this phase, ego-related issues can surface more strongly. Speech can become a little bit harsh here. So it is very important to be very cautious with your speech in public or social settings, because it can directly affect your image. Then on November 25, Ketu will move into the sign of Cancer, your 10th house. During this phase, dissatisfaction at work may increase. Office politics, clashes with co-workers, seniors, or frustration with your current job role can arise. Small matters may turn into arguments, and emotional reactions can also increase. So please avoid making emotional or impulsive career decisions during this time. Ketu can create strong urge to detach you from your job and simply walk away. Unless you already have a better opportunity or a solid backup plan, it is not advised to quit your job during this phase. For the year 2026 overall, one important observation for Libra natives is to be more careful when your ascendant lord Venus transits your 5th house, your 6th house, your 10th and 11th house. Also, if your moon placed in the sign of Cancer, Pisces, Aquarius or Taurus, these transits may impact you more strongly. For remedial part for Libra natives, chant Om Namo Narayana daily whenever you find time, at least 108 times a day. You can chant it while driving, while walking, while cooking or doing any routine work. Chanting Sarvottam Stotra can also help in calming the mind and balancing energies during this phase. Staying patient, grounded and mindful will help you navigate these transits with much more ease. Scorpio Ascendant and Moon sign. For Scorpio natives, I will start first with Saturn. At present, Saturn is transiting the sign of Pisces, which is your 5th house. Saturn is currently transiting Purva Bhadrapad Nakshatra and it will enter Uttar Bhadrapad on January 20. Compared to the previous phase in Purva Bhadrapada, this transit in Uttar Bhadrapada can feel slightly more relaxed and manageable for you. This is a good time to slowly work on improving your skills, especially creative skills. This can be connected to your hobbies or even to your current profession. Bringing more creativity into the way you work can help you move closer to your goals in a new and different way. This period also supports building a deeper emotional understanding with your children. Responsibilities related to children will continue while Saturn stays in Pisces, but if you handle these responsibilities with patience, maturity and love, then your bond with them can become much stronger over time. For those who are trying to conceive, this period can be supportive, especially after Jupiter enters the sign of Cancer on June 2. From Cancer, Jupiter will be aspecting Saturn. So it looks favorable for conception. The transition phase when Jupiter moves from Cancer to Leo can be especially very powerful and transformative. This period carries strong energy for major life changes, and for some of you, it may support conception, whether naturally or through medical support like IVF, depending on your individual chart. When it comes to investments, it is very important to be cautious, whether it is stock market, property, or any kind of other investment. Avoid taking risky investments, especially in speculative areas. Speculative investments can be very unpredictable during this time, and it will be wiser to avoid such investments after July 2026. On a spiritual level, this is a very meaningful and beautiful period for students. If you stay disciplined and consistent with your studies, this phase can bring steady and long-term positive results. It is also a good time for practical learning and applying what you have studied. Health-wise, please take care of your digestion and stomach, as minor issues may pop up during this period. Saturn from your 5th house will be aspecting your 7th house and the 11th house and 2nd house. So because of this, financial planning becomes very important. Try to avoid unnecessary expenses and focus more on saving money. Saturn actually supports saving during this time, so whatever you can save will help you in the long run. In marriage and romantic relationships, there may be added responsibilities and some challenges. These situations will require extra effort from your side. If you keep your communication honest, open, and warm and calm with your partner, and if you both handle matters with maturity, your relationship can become stronger and more stable over time. This is the kind of bond that grows slowly but becomes very hard to break. For those who are unmarried, this period can bring opportunities for some serious relationship or marriage. The chances of meeting your life partner may become more noticeable, especially after May 17 when Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. In business matters, it is very important to make decisions carefully and with proper planning. If your strategies are well thought out and your actions are taken with patience and wisdom, Saturn can give you steady and long-lasting results in business. This transit can also bring deep changes in your finances, savings, and family life. It is important to not to avoid your responsibilities during this time, whether they are related to family, work, or personal commitments. Saturn expects sincerity and accountability, and avoiding responsibilities can create unnecessary pressure. As mentioned earlier, Saturn will be moving to Revati Nakshatra on May 17. And here you may start feeling slightly more relaxed compared to earlier phases. The heaviness may slow down or slowly reduce, and matters related to children, your learning, your studies, your relationship can start becoming a bit clearer. Saturn will help you express your creativity in a more disciplined and a more beautiful manner here. Saturn will go retrograde on July 27 and will re-enter Uttar Bhadrapada in retrograde motion on October 9. Then it will again go direct again on December 11. So basically Saturn will keep moving back and forth between these two nakshatras, Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati. And this back and forth motion shows that 2026 is a year of revision, learning, and slow but deep inner and outer changes for you. Now let's talk about Jupiter. Jupiter, as of now, is transiting the sign of Gemini, your 8th house. And for the first half of 2026, Jupiter will be transiting the sign of Gemini. And at present, Jupiter is retrograde here. And in the month of March, Jupiter will go direct in Gemini. Now, while Jupiter is here, this transit can bring sudden and unexpected gains, but at the same time, it can also bring sudden losses. Because of this, it becomes very important for you to be wise and cautious. especially with investments. This is not a time to take risk blindly. Whatever gains or losses you experience will depend on a lot on your individual chart. This phase can bring many deep changes in your life. You may notice transformations related to your family, finances, savings, and even your emotional mindset. However, Jupiter in the 8th house is not considered a very supportive placement for health. So taking care of your health, of your health becomes very important. Please do not ignore health signals during this time. And you may also experience situations where people may try to pull you down, criticize you, or make you feel small. Sometimes you may not be able to respond immediately, and later you might feel bad or guilty for staying silent. Please remember there is nothing wrong with you here. This behavior reflects their mindset, not your worth. So staying calm and choosing silence at times is also a form of strength. Trust that the right time will come for things to balance out. With Saturn in the 5th house and Jupiter aspecting your 12th house, Rahu placed in the 4th house, if all these placements go positive in your chart, then this period can strongly support spiritual growth. This is a good time for meditation, inner healing, spiritual practices. Jupiter's aspect on the 12th house can also help you improve your sleep and slowly reduce stress levels. Because both Jupiter and Saturn are influencing your 2nd house, it is important to be mindful of your words, your communication, because it will strongly impact on both your personal and professional life. So speak thoughtfully and only when needed. Now on June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your 9th house. Jupiter gets exalted here, and it is considered, Jupiter in 9th house is considered a much better, a much beautiful supportive placement than the 8th house. Now since Jupiter also rules your 2nd and 5th house, this transit can bring good luck, especially in finances and overall growth. Jupiter will also aspect your Ascendant, which means you may start feeling more helpful, guided and supported by life. The initial period from June till August end, can feel much lighter and more relaxed compared to the time Jupiter spent in Gemini. If you faced financial ups and downs, career pressure or health concerns earlier, then Jupiter in Cancer will try to ease those tensions and bring clarity. This is also a very supportive time for healing, guidance and finding better solution to ongoing problems. This phase is very powerful for spiritual growth, long distance travel, pilgrimages and higher learning are also possible. This time supports higher education, philosophical studies, spiritual knowledge, and even reading mythological or sacred books will also help. If you have been feeling drawn towards deeper understanding or meaning in life, then this is the period which will support that journey beautifully. However, from September onwards, the energy will start shifting again. Mars will enter Cancer. Your Ascendant Lord, Mars, will enter Cancer, its debilitated position. And at the same time, Jupiter will start moving closer to Ketu in the sign of Leo. As Jupiter and Ketu come within close degrees of each other, like when Jupiter will reach around 20 degrees and Ketu will reach around 1 or 2 degrees in the sign of Leo and Jupiter in the sign of Cancer, they will begin to strongly influence each other. And this combination creates a very intense and transformative phase, especially because it happens at the Gandanta between Cancer and Leo, which is a very sensitive zone. And because your ascendant lord Mars will also be involved in this entire combination, it will be very important for Scorpionators. During this period, you need to be very attentive towards your health, children's health, your family's health, your family's well-being, including your health and your father's health. Expenses may increase, so it becomes important to avoid unnecessary spending. At the same time, if this energy works positively in your chart, it can strongly support long-term savings. Many Scorpio natives may feel inclined towards disciplined saving methods like fixed deposits or recurring saving plans. If possible, saving money during this time will be very beneficial, and save as much as you can. This is the period to save money and not to spend recklessly. And as mentioned earlier, this period can also bring support conception, especially for those who have been facing difficulties while conceiving a child. However, this will still depend on your personal chart. At the same time, there may be emotional sensitivity or misunderstandings with your children. So patience and calm behavior will be very important. This energy can feel extremely intense, almost like pressure building up inside. If not handled properly, it can lead to anger, impulsive reactions, frustration, or emotional outburst. Since Jupiter rules your 5th house, and both Jupiter and the 5th house represents wisdom, your decisions. So if this transit is supportive in your chart, then Jupiter will protect you and guide you through challenges. But if it is not supportive, then this phase can temporarily cloud your judgment, or it can, take away the wisdom, because this will be happening with Ketu. So staying calm, grounded and mindful becomes essential. During this time, try to stay away from disputes as much as possible, especially at the workplace. Career matters may go through big changes or frustrations. Avoid impulsive decisions like quitting a job out of anger or any impulsive decision regarding your career. Think carefully, plan wisely, and then act. Ego clashes, misunderstandings with bosses, colleagues, conflicts with them are possible. And here you may strongly feel that authority figures are behaving unfairly or irrationally. Even though this can be very frustrating, and I know that, it is important to take conscious and well thought out decisions rather than reacting out of impulse or any sort of emotions. This period can also bring opportunities to buy property, a house or long-term assets depending on your chart. At the same time, it remains one of the most powerful phases for spiritual growth, inner awakening and detachment from things that no longer serves you. Then Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo on 31st of October, and it will come into close conjunction with Ketu. Shortly after that, Mars will also enter Leo and join this combination. So this creates very intense and sensitive planetary alignment. It's like, all fiery energy. Jupiter, Mars, Ketu, and the sign of Leo. All these are fiery planets. So the fire will be almost, the energy will be very high. This creates a very intense and sensitive period. And you must remember that Mars, your ascendant lord, and Jupiter, which is your 2nd and your 5th lord, will be moving back and forth between Cancer and Leo. And this back and forth will be happening for almost 8 to 9 months approximately. And they will be in connection, in in connection with Ketu, or they will be near to Ketu degree wise for this entire period. And this repeated back and forth of Mars with Jupiter and Ketu shows a long phase of deep transformation. And this period will bring some major changes in your life direction, in your mindset, in your relationship, in your career, in your spiritual understanding as well. Whether these changes feel easy or challenging will depend entirely on your personal chart. The best advice for Scorpio natives during this time is just to go with the flow. Do not resist change. Accept what you get. Acceptance will be the key. Let go of control where needed. Accept what comes, learn from it, and allow life to reshape you. If sacrifices are required, face them with grace and trust that they are leading you towards long-term growth and inner strength. Although this period is intense, it can be supportive for those, very supportive for those who are on spiritual path. Also, this can be a good period for healers, counselors, or anyone working in healing related fields. This energy can help deepen your understanding and strengthen your inner connection. In the end, when we look at Jupiter's role for Scorpio natives, one very important thing to remember is that luck will still support you in some or the other way. If you choose the path of righteousness and stay aligned with Dharma, Jupiter will definitely guide you in ways you may have never imagined. So during this time, holding on to Jupiter's wisdom, patience of Saturn, and higher understanding will be very crucial. Now let's talk about Rahu. At present, Rahu is transiting the sign of Aquarius, year 4000, Shatabisha Nakshatra. I have already shared a detailed video on Rahu in Shatabisha, so I will not repeat everything here. I will only touch upon the most important things. If you have not watched that video yet, I strongly suggest you check it out. It will really help you understand how Rahu will work for you in Shatabisha, because Rahu will be staying in this particular nakshatra until June 30, until first half of 2026. Now here Rahu in Shatabisha, it can create emotional restlessness. You may feel mentally crowded, confused, or emotionally uncomfortable at home at times. Sometimes you may not even understand why you are feeling this way. Overthinking small matters, feeling uneasy without a clear reason, or feeling disconnected from inner place is quite common during this phase. This is also the time when you need to take extra care of your mother's health. Activities like meditation, prayer, yoga, spiritual practices, or any form of sadhana can help you find emotional balance and calmness. These practices will help you ground yourself and bring clarity. If you are planning to buy property, it will be better to wait until Rahu moves out of Shatabisha. Buying property during this time can bring hidden issues, misunderstandings, or even chances of fraud. Property-related disputes, inheritance issues, or structural problems may also surface if it doesn't go positive in your chart. So wise and patient decisions and actions are advised here. At the same time, this is a very good period for exploring deep subjects like spirituality, healing, astrology, psychology, meditation, occult sciences, or any hidden knowledge, because Rahu is aspecting your 8th house. People working in research, investigation, intelligence, science, archaeology, or any such field, including analytical fields, may find this phase quite productive. Just be mindful of unhealthy eating habits or drinking habits, because both Jupiter and Rahu are influencing not only your 8th house but also your 12th house. Now on June 30, Rahu will move into Dhanishta Nakshatra, which is ruled by your Ascendant Lord itself, Mars. So from this point, you may feel more courage and confidence. You may feel ready to maybe buy a home, renovate your house, or take bold steps related to your living space. This is also a phase when your mother may cautiously try to improve her health by changing her daily routine, food habits, or lifestyle. Then later on, November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, which is your third house. Now, this is a good phase for taking new initiatives, showing courage and starting something new. You may feel motivated to begin a project or take an important step in life. However, it is very important to stay on the right path, stay ethical, and make your decisions wisely. Avoid shortcuts, unfair methods, because the dispositor of Rahu will be Saturn here. And Saturn will judge your actions strictly. So honesty and discipline are non-negotiable here. One very important phase to be mindful of is February 2026. During this month, Mars, Sun, Mercury, Venus will enter Aquarius. They will be entering Aquarius on different dates in the month of February. But at one point, all these planets will be together. And this combination will remain active until early April 2026 approximately. And Mercury will go retrograde here in the sign of Aquarius. And your Ascendant Lord Mars, your 10th Lord Sun, your 7th and 12th Lord Venus, your 8th Lord and your 11th Lord Mercury will be with Rahu here. This can create a lot of inner fire, emotional pressure, anger, restlessness, especially at home and within the family. You may feel easily irritated or overwhelmed. This is a time when impulsive actions or emotional decisions can backfire. So staying calm is very, very, very crucial. At the same time, if this time is used wisely, if this energy is used wisely, then this combination can give you courage to do some meaningful work. You may start a business from home, do major repair work, or take bold but constructive steps. The key here is wisdom. These planets will eventually move forward and face Saturn in Pisces, which means every action taken now will have some karmic consequences. So stay honest, ethical, and conscious in whatever you do. Some hidden matters related to your home, your property, and even your mother's health may also come to light during this time. So stay attentive and caring when it comes to mother's health. Now coming to Ketu. Ketu at present is transiting the sign of Leo, your 10th house. This has been creating frustration and dissatisfaction in career matters for many Scorpio natives. You may feel disconnected from your job, irritated with authority, or confused about your professional direction. This frustration may continue while Ketu remains in Leo. And yes, one thing you should remember, that during the month of February, March, the planetary war that will happen in the sign of Aquarius. So all these planets, Saturn, Mars, Venus, Mercury, will aspect your 10th house and Ketu. So this brings a lot of energy in your career zone. Because of this, career-related events may intensify. Sudden opportunities can come, but so can frustration. During this period, avoid quitting your job or making major career changes out of anger. If good opportunities come, that is wonderful, but if things feel unclear, patience will protect you. Sun, your 10th Lord, will be with Rahu and will also influence Ketu. This can bring ego clashes, misunderstandings with seniors, or dissatisfaction with authority figures. So staying calm, respectful, and patient will help you navigate this phase in a very positive manner. And this is the period when you will feel like a push and pull in both your personal life and in your professional life. And you may not feel too much happy about what is going on in these two areas. If Ketu works positively in your chart, then Ketu here in Leo can bring career changes that eventually help you grow. Some people may receive promotions or transfers, especially in government or in government organizations. Then on March 29, Ketu will move to Magha Nakshatra in Leo. So promotions or increments may come if they were already pending. Especially if you have Sun in your 10th house, then promotion is likely depending on your personal chart. However, inner frustration may still linger, so controlling speech and communication at the workplace becomes very important. Overall, this entire phase asks you to slow down, observe, act wisely, and stay aligned with truth. If you remain patient, ethical, and spiritually grounded, these intense energies can transform your life in deeply meaningful ways. And while Ketu is in Magha, there can be some strong ego clashes, ego-related issues with co-workers, some strong disagreements with seniors, co-workers, bosses. And I've already spoken about in detail about Jupiter and Mars transiting Leo along with Ketu, in conjunction with Ketu, and also about the Gandanta phase for Scorpio natives. So I will not repeat those details again here. Now on November 25, Ketu will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 9th house. This is actually a very beautiful placement for spiritual growth and inner understanding. This period supports spiritual learning and higher awareness in a very natural way. Slowly and gradually, not immediately, but you may also start feeling some improvement in career matters. The heaviness or frustration that you experienced when Ketu was in Leo may begin to reduce slowly. However, this improvement will take time because other planetary transits also need to be considered. If you are walking on the path of righteousness and living with integrity, your luck will support you. During this phase, Ketu in the 9th house does not mean loss of luck. If your intentions are pure and your actions are honest, Ketu can actually guide you and support you in unexpected ways. It is important to stay alert during the times when Mars, your ascendant lord, transits. Sensitive placements like your 4th house, your 5th house, your 8th house, your 9th and 10th house. These periods will or can bring major events or major turning points and transformations in your life. Observing events calmly during these phases can help you understand what changes are truly meant for you. If your moon is in Cancer, Leo, or Aquarius, or if you have moon in Magha, Aslesha, Ashwini, or Moola, then you need to be careful. And regarding the remedial part, chanting Vishnu Sahasranam daily can bring calmness and clarity whenever you feel stressed or demoralized, or when you feel that someone is trying to pull you down. Here you can also chant Shri Krishna Sharanam Mama. This practice is not about fear or protection, but about guidance. It will help you stay centered, bring positivity into your thoughts, and show you the right direction during challenging phases in your life. Sagittarius ascendants and moon sign. I will first start with Saturn. At present, Saturn is transiting the sign of Pisces, which is your 4th house in Purabhadrapad Nakshatra. And on January 20, Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Now, this phase can bring increased responsibilities at home, especially connected to family matters and your mother. Since this is one of the stronger phases of Saturn's transit in Pisces, that is, this will be the peak phase of Saturn in Pisces, it becomes very important not to avoid your duties at home. This advice is especially meant for those who are not very comfortable taking family responsibilities. Saturn here wants sincerity, effort, and emotional maturity. Try not to procrastinate or complain regarding your responsibilities and duties. If you handle your responsibilities with honesty and with full heart and dedication, Saturn will support you in the long run. Saturn in the 4th house is not considered a very easy position when it comes to peace and comfort at home. You may feel restricted because of family matters, or sometimes your family may feel that you are emotionally distant or unavailable. However, this same period also gives you the chance to resolve long-standing family issues instead of making them more complicated. If handled patiently, this can be a healing phase for family bonds. This period can also support purchasing property or doing something meaningful for others as well, like helping others. Helping people will, in whatever way you can, even in small ways, will work very positively for you during this transit. From the 4th house, Saturn is aspecting your 6th house, your 10th house, and your Ascendant, your 4th house. Because of this, discipline in daily life becomes very important. Laziness or delaying things can increase stress. So try to maintain a regular routine. Yoga, light exercise, and healthy food habits will be very helpful. This can also be a supportive period for competitive exams, but only if you have genuinely worked hard. Career-wise, you may face some pressure or challenges, but these challenges can also bring necessary changes. If you have been unemployed or looking for work, this phase can help you find opportunities. Health should not be ignored, as Saturn's aspect on the 1st and the 6th house can affect your stamina and your immunity. Then on May 17, Saturn will transit Revati Nakshatra in the same sign of Pisces. Compared to earlier, you may start feeling slightly more relaxed emotionally. Some important events or changes related to career or business may take place during this time. For some people, if your chart supports it, this phase can even bring marriage. Emotional pressure may slowly begin to ease, and you may find better ways to manage family responsibilities and duties. Spiritually, this is a very beautiful period because Saturn is in your Moksha Trikon, in a very spiritual nakshatra like Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati. Saturn will go retrograde on July 27 and then move back into Uttar Bhadrapada on October 9 and then finally go direct on December 11, 2026. So throughout the year 2026, Saturn will keep moving back and forth between these two nakshatras, Revati and Uttar Bhadrapada. This shows that 2026 is a year of revision, learning, inner structuring, especially related to home, family, and emotional foundations. Now let's talk about Jupiter. Jupiter at present is transiting the sign of Gemini, which is your 7th house. And it will remain here until June 2. Jupiter is also retrograde now. And until Jupiter is present in the sign of Gemini until the second half of 2026, Jupiter can bring marriage opportunities for you or help you meet your potential life partner. This period can also support starting a new business or partnership if your chart allows it. With wise and mature communication, this is a good phase to improve marital happiness and strengthen relationships. This period can also support business expansion and financial gains. You may meet new people and make new connections, but be mindful of whom you trust. Choose people who genuinely wish you well. If your chart supports it, promotions, salary increments, or fulfillment of long pending wishes can also happen during this phase. Since both Saturn and Jupiter are aspecting your ascendant, this double transit can bring noticeable changes in your life. These changes may be physical, emotional, mental, anything depending on your chart. This is a very good period to improve your diet, adopt healthier habits, and focus on your lifestyle. This is also a very good period to focus on learning something new. Whatever you learn during this time will benefit you for a long period. Then on June 2nd, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your 8th house. Even though Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer and Jupiter is your ascendant lord, but so this transit can bring major or many ups and downs and deep transformations in your life. And because it's your ascendant lord in the 8th house, so obviously health needs special attention during this period. Issues related to digestion, stomach, breathing, sugar levels like diabetes, sinus issues, or any chronic conditions should not be ignored. If you already have ongoing health concerns, extra care is advised. At the same time, Jupiter in the 8th house can bring sudden gains as well. However, investments need to be handled very carefully. Avoid risky or speculative investments, as this transit can bring both sudden gains or losses depending on your chart. Focus on long-term financial planning, which is safer rather than choosing the riskier one. Spiritually, this is a very enriching phase. You may usually feel drawn towards meditation, spiritual learning, and deeper understanding of life. Professionally and academically, this is a very supportive period for research-oriented fields, deep studies, and subjects like philosophy, literature, archaeology, astrology, or occult sciences. The only thing to remember is not to become very overly emotional or reactive over small matters. Try to stay practical and grounded even when emotions feel strong. If handled with awareness, patience, and wisdom, this entire phase can transform you from the inside and help you grow stronger, wiser, and more mature over time. Now, until the period, like from June till August, things will be much more manageable when Jupiter will be in Cancer. But from September, the most important phase begins. In the month of September, Mars will enter the sign of Cancer, which is the debilitation sign for Mars. And Mars is your 12th and your 5th lord. And Jupiter is your 1st and your 4th lord. And both will be here in the sign of Cancer in your 8th house. And this will be a very sensitive and powerful period. At the same time, Jupiter, your ascendant lord, will start moving closer towards Ketu. Or I can say Jupiter and Ketu both will start moving closer to each other. Jupiter will be around 20-21 degrees by mid-September in Cancer, and Ketu will be near to 1 or 2 degrees in the sign of Leo in Magha Nakshatra. So when they will come within distance of just about 10 degrees, which means that their energies will begin to influence one another. The more nearer they come, the more stronger this influence will become. And along with this, Mars will also be actively involved in this entire combination, adding even more intensity to this period. So slowly from September onwards, a very strong and a complex planetary energy, or I can say this planetary war, will start building up. Then on October 31st, Jupiter will finally enter the sign of Leo, coming into direct tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. And just few days later, on November 12, Mars will also enter the sign of Leo and will join Jupiter and Ketu here. So this creates a very powerful combination, because this entire activity is happening between Cancer and Leo, between your 8th and 9th house. And because specifically it is Cancer and Leo, the border, it is happening between the border of Cancer and Leo, which we call it as Gandanta. So this is why this phase will be deeply transformational for Sagittarius natives. And not only because it is your 8th and 9th house, but also because your Ascendant Lord will be active in this entire combination. And during this time, you should expect major changes in your life, sudden events, sudden ups and downs, and situations that push you out of your comfort zone. These changes can be positive or challenging depending on your individual chart. Emotionally, this period can feel heavy. You may feel anger, frustration, or emotional overload at times. There can also be moments when you feel confused and unsure about the direction in your life and what direction you should take in your life, or what decision you should make in a particular situation. Health needs special attention during this period. Sleep issues can arise and mental restlessness can increase. This is why it becomes very important to consciously keep your mind calm and try to stay away from unnecessary stress as much as possible. Simple things like meditation, prayer, yoga, and grounding activities can help you a lot during this time. And of course, once Ketu moves out of the sign of Leo and only Jupiter and Mars remains in the sign of Leo, your 9th house, things will start feeling slightly better, not completely, but a bit manageable than before. And since this is the fiery energy in the 9th house, fiery planets Ketu, Jupiter, Mars, and fiery sign Leo, so you need to take care of your father's health during this period, and also you need to be careful with your relationship with your father and gurus. At the same time, this period is a highly spiritual period. If I talk about the positives, it's a highly spiritual period. And if your chart supports it, you may go on a spiritual journey, perform some religious activity, or even contribute toward building or supporting a temple or sacred place. Some people may even do sthapana of devis or devtas into their home during this time. However, because emotions will be intense during this time, because I said earlier, this entire combination will be between the borders of Cancer and Leo. So because emotions will be intense, so there can be a lot of anger or frustration within the home environment. So patience will become very important. Your Ascendant Lord is deeply, highly involved here, and Jupiter is your 4th Lord. Because of this period from September till next 8 to 9 months, almost until the first half of 2027, will become extremely transformative for you. This is the time when sacrifice may have to be made. Some sacrifices may have to be made. Some of you may willingly donate, willingly sacrifice something, and some of you will have to let go of something unwillingly or unexpectedly. Either way, letting go will be a key lesson during this phase, because Mars is your 12th Lord, which is also involved here. It is a very important period to be wise and thoughtful with your decisions during this time. Mars, your 5th lord, and your which is also your 12th lord, will remain involved for a longer duration with this combination of Jupiter and Ketu. So impulsive decision can create problems. Avoid making blind decisions, blind risk. I would strongly advise staying away from investments during this phase as much as possible, as financial decisions taken in haste may not give good results. Mars will remain in Leo for a long time because it will go retrograde in the sign of Leo around January 10, 2027. And then it will re-enter Cancer in the month of March, and then it will go direct in April, and then again re-enter Leo. And the same will be with Jupiter. Jupiter will be going back and forth from Cancer to Leo, Leo to Cancer. So this energy, Jupiter, Mars, Ketu, will stay actively connected with each other in both Cancer and Leo. And this is a long and intense period. So patience, wisdom, and conscious decision making are extremely important. Holding values of Jupiter as such as ethics, faith, higher understanding will help you navigate this time better. I have explained this entire combination in the general section of 2026. So please go and check it out so you will have a better understanding of how this transit can work for you, because it's a major transit. Now let's come to Rahu. At present, Rahu is transiting the sign of Aquarius, which is your 3rd house in Shatabisha Nakshatra. I have already explained Rahu's presence in Shatabisha in detail in my previous video on Rahu in Shatabisha, and I have shared the link in the description box as well. So if you want a deeper understanding, you can watch that video here. Rahu will stay in this particular nakshatra until June end. So you will get a better understanding of how Rahu will act here. I will only touch upon the most important points here of Rahu in Shatabisha. So Rahu here in 3rd house is generally a very strong position. It gives courage and confidence to take bold actions. You may feel more daring and willing to try new things. However, Rahu here in the 3rd house and also in Shatabisha can increase your desires and ambitions. Desires itself is not a bad thing, but when desires become endless and satisfaction disappears, it can create restlessness. So during this period, it is important to stay content with what you have while still working toward your goal. This is a good time to take courageous steps, especially if those actions are guided by Saturn's discipline and maturity. If handled wisely, this energy can take you far in your life. Some of you may have to experience your change in place. You may have to change your place of living, or some of you may even have to travel a lot. And this is a supportive period for those who are working in travel industry, communication, marketing, or related fields. Just be mindful of your speech. Rahu in the 3rd house can make communication very direct. Especially in Shatabisha, Rahu can make your communication very direct and blunt. So choose your words very carefully. This is also a very beautiful period for learning and skill development. Jupiter's aspect on your ascendant with Rahu in the 3rd house and Jupiter aspecting this Rahu creates a strong opportunity for gaining knowledge and upgrading yourself. You so use this time very well. Minor issues with siblings or neighbors can arise, so again patience and thoughtful behavior are important. Then on June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra. This will further increase ambition and confidence in your action. You may feel more driven and motivated to prove yourself. This is a good phase for learning new skills and also good period for networking as well. Just make sure you choose the right path and avoid shortcuts or unethical methods. Confidence is good, but overconfidence can create trouble. If you stay focused and disciplined, this energy can help you move far ahead in your life. Then on November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, your second house. Here, speech and communication becomes very important, especially your family members. Misunderstandings can arise if words are not chosen carefully. This period can make you more focused on finances and material priorities, sometimes at the cost of family connections as well. In some charts, it can also show avoidance of family responsibilities. With Rahu in the second house, saving money becomes very important. So avoid unnecessary expenses. Rahu here can create situations where money feels blocked or cash flows feels unstable. Cash on hand will not be felt. So it is better to be cautious, practical and disciplined with finances during this time. Now let us come to the most sensitive and important phases. In the starting of 2026, in February, in the month of February, Rahu will come into conjunction with Mars, Sun, Mercury and Venus. All these planets except for Rahu will enter the sign of Aquarius at different dates in the month of February, and they will come into conjunction with Rahu in the third house. So this combination will remain active for almost approximately 2 months. And because so many planets are coming together here, the energy during this period will be very intense. First of all, you need to be mindful of your anger, your speech. During this time, words can come out very harsh, sharp, or too blunt without you realizing it. Anger may show clearly in your tone, behavior and reactions. This is not the right time to take impulsive or overly bold decisions. Your energy levels will be very high. Definitely it will be very high. And sometimes that much energy can be difficult to handle properly. If this combination is used in a positive and in a conscious, in a constructive way, then it can help you take important steps in your life, some very important steps in your life, and push you to act with courage. But wisdom is extremely important here. If actions are taken without thinking, with impulsiveness, then this same energy can create chaos in your life. So pause, reflect, and then act. You also need to be very careful with your neighbors during this period. Misunderstandings can turn into disputes. Small misunderstandings can turn into disputes. So, or there could be situations where you feel someone is trying to mislead you. This could even happen. And issues with siblings can also arise. So handle all these matters with maturity and patience. This is the time to use Jupiter's wisdom rather than getting carried away by Rahu's illusion or the anger or the courage or like over impulsiveness of Mars here. Please also take care of your siblings and your father's health during this period, as both can feel stressed or affected. There can be differences of opinion or tension with your father or with mentors and teachers. Try to keep your mind as calm as possible and avoid reacting emotionally. At the same time, this is actually a very good period for learning. If you want to learn a new skill or improve an existing one, this phase can support that very well, as long as you focus on clarity and discipline. Now coming to Ketu. At present, Ketu is transiting the sign of Leo, your 9th house. This is a highly spiritual placement. It will push you towards deeper faith and a more serious connection with your spiritual side if it goes positive in your chart. This is a beautiful period for meditation, prayer, spiritual activities, including spiritual travel. However, this period can also bring some challenges related to your father, either in terms of health or your relationship. So please stay attentive in these areas. On March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. During this phase, ego-related clashes with father or with your gurus can happen if communication is not handled carefully. This is also the period when you may feel drawn towards visiting a major pilgrimage place or an important spiritual site. As long as you are walking on the path of dharma and righteousness, your luck will support you. You may feel certain restrictions while Ketu remains in the sign of Leo in your 9th house. But these are usually minor and meant to guide you and not to block you. If your intentions are clean, things eventually will work in your favor. Your father may experience acidity related or heart related concerns during this time, so his diet and lifestyle needs attention. You should also take care of your own health, and if you have children, their health as well. If you have planets in Mula, Ashwini or in Magha Nakshatra, then extra care is advised, especially related to health and energy levels. For students, this is a period that demands efforts. Restrictions can appear easily, so consistent hard work becomes important. If you are considering conception of child, then it is possible during this time, though there may be some delays or hurdles. And if you are pregnant, extra care regarding health is highly advised. If you have now who will be impacted the most? If you have any major planet placed in Mula, Ashwini or in Magha Nakshatra, or if you have any planet placed in the 1st house, in the 3rd, in the 4th and 8th house, this transit can bring noticeable transformations and life-changing events. If you have moon placed in the 3rd, in the 8th or in the 9th house, then you need to be extra careful. Patience becomes extremely important. Think before reacting and choose wisdom over emotion. For remedial measures, for spiritual support and inner balance during this entire period, worship Shri Ganeshji and chant Ganesh mantra and Vishnu Sahasranam, which will really help you calm the mind and bring clarity to you. You can also chant Om Gan Ganpate Namaha whenever you get time, at least 108 times a day. This practice will help you stay grounded and guided throughout the intense phases of 2026. Capricorn Ascendant and Moon sign. I will first begin with Saturn. At present, Saturn is transiting the sign of Pisces, your 3rd house in Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. And on January 20, Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Now, during this phase, Saturn will work deeply on your speech, your thinking process, and the way you communicate with others. This is the time when life may push you to learn from past mistakes and from new experiences. If you stay open to learning, this period can help you immensely and help you grow in a very steady and in a meaningful way. If you are planning to start something new, make sure your planning is strong and realistic. Clear strategies, patience, and a calm mindset will be very important. Saturn supports long-term efforts and not shortcuts. In the beginning, you may face some hurdles, but the more disciplined and sincere your efforts are, the more Saturn will slowly start supporting you. Whenever you take any important decision, try to think it through properly. Keep backup plans and avoid rushing. You may find it slightly uncomfortable to adjust to changes around you. But the more flexible and open-minded you remain, the smoother this phase will feel. Saturn here also teaches you to reduce unnecessary desires. It asks you to find contentment in what you really or what you already have, instead of constantly wanting more. Saturn will aspect is aspecting your 5th house, your 9th house, and your 12th house. Because of this, sleep related issues can come up if you overthink or overwork. The matters related to children may need more attention, either due to health or due to responsibilities connected to them. At the same time, it is very good period for spiritual growth, inner healing and learning. If you wish to study a new subject or take a course then or go for a higher education, this time is supportive for that as well. Please take care of your health during this period. Practices like yoga, meditation and pranayam can help you stay calm and bring mental clarity. This phase is also a supportive period for people connected to healing professions, medical fields, spiritual work, any sort of research, media, communication, travel or similar areas. Then on May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. From this point, you may start feeling more clarity about your direction in life. The pressure around communication and efforts may slowly reduce and you may feel more confident expressing yourself in a more mature and in a balanced way. You will also become clearer about where to invest your time, energy and money and where it is better to step back. Confidence during this phase will grow slowly through consistent and honest actions. Now, let's talk about Jupiter. Jupiter as of now is transiting the sign of Gemini, your 6th house, and it will remain here until mid 2026, until the first half of 2026. So during this first half, Jupiter in the 6th house in Gemini can bring hidden health issues to the surface, especially related to breathing, digestion, stress. So this is not something to fear, but it is a reminder to take your health seriously. Be very mindful of your speech during this time. When Saturn is in your 3rd house, Rahu in the 2nd house, and Jupiter being the dispositor of 3rd in the 6th house, communication needs extra care. Small misunderstandings can turn into disputes if words are not chosen wisely. At the same time, this is a good period for competitive exams and study effort at work. Job opportunities or changes in career can also appear. Be cautious with loans and debts. Jupiter's expansive nature can sometimes push people to borrow more than they actually need. Only take financial commitments that you are confident you can handle in the long run. Since both Saturn and Jupiter are influencing your 12th house, sleep issues and energy drain are possible. However, Jupiter's aspect also provides some protection. So as long as you maintain a healthy lifestyle, things will remain manageable. Try to avoid alcohol, smoking or any form of intoxication during this phase, as they can disturb both health and mental balance. Financially, this period is supportive for Capricorn natives as long as ethics are maintained in your life. On June 2, Jupiter will move into the sign of Cancer, your 7th house. This can be a very favorable phase for business partnerships, expansions and new ventures until August. Communication with your spouse or business partner becomes very important during this time, as it will shape the quality of your relationships. Jupiter here can support marriage prospects for unmarried natives and can bring improvement and warmth in existing relationship. Travel with your spouse or for business purposes is also possible, including foreign travel. If your chart supports it, this period is especially good for people connected to business, foreign dealings or client-based work. Your confidence may increase. You may feel more visible and appreciated, socially and professionally. Financially, this phase can bring growth and in some cases promotion or salary improvement as well. Now let us come to the most important phase of this transit, the most important phase during the second half of 2026. On September 18, Mars will enter the sign of Cancer and will join Jupiter in your 7th house. Mars is your 4th and your 11th lord. So this period can definitely bring financial gains and support through income and your networks. At the same time, this phase can also create some disturbance in married life, mainly because of home-related matters, family involvement, or emotional pressure coming from domestic side. So it becomes important to handle family matters with care and with patience. After this, on October 31st, Jupiter will move into the sign of Leo, and as soon as Jupiter enters Leo, it will come into very tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. Then just few days later, on November 12, Mars will enter Leo. So during this period, Jupiter, Mars, Ketu all will come together in Leo. And as I had mentioned earlier in the general 2026 analysis, from September onwards, Jupiter and Ketu will already be very close to each other within a small degree range, and they will strongly influence one another. And when Mars also joins this energy, it becomes even more intense. This entire shift happens around the borders of between Cancer and Leo, these borders are called Gandanta. So which means it activates your 7th and your 8th house, because Leo falls in the 8th house and Cancer in the 7th house. And because Leo is also involved here, so this will be a highly transformational phase for Capricorn natives. This period can bring major events, strong inner and outer changes, and noticeable ups and downs in life. Emotionally, this time can feel quite heavy and frustrating, especially if things are not handled calmly or with wisdom. If you are married, this phase can bring challenges in your relationship or issues involving in-laws. However, Jupiter is still present here, and if you consciously choose to act with wisdom, maturity, and understanding, Jupiter will guide you and show you the right way to handle situations. This is very important because reacting emotionally or impulsively can make things even more difficult during this phase. Health needs extra care during this period, both for you and your spouse, and also for the elders and for in-laws in the family. Sudden gains and losses both are possible depending on your chart and the choices you make in your life. Because of this, it is very important to stay grounded and avoid taking risk. Business matters may also go through fluctuations during this phase. Some days may feel positive while others may feel challenging. Try not to make emotional decisions, especially related to money, relationship, or career. There could be a tendency to become overly sensitive or emotionally reactive over small issues during this phase, and that is something you should consciously avoid. From September 2026 onwards, this becomes a very crucial period in your life. Health-wise, stay alert, as I said earlier, and also be cautious about accidents and injuries as well. Emotionally, you may feel hurt by people's words or behaviors. That is possible, but this is the time to protect your inner peace rather than reacting immediately. Self-respect should be maintained where it is necessary, but sometimes letting go of certain things even helps better. And more than anything else, holding on to Jupiter's wisdom is the key during this phase. Stay patient, stay ethical, and stay calm. And at any cost, it is best to stay away from speculative investments during this period, as this energy is too unpredictable this time. Now let's talk about Rahu. Rahu at present is transiting the sign of Aquarius, your second house in Shatabisha Nakshatra. I have already explained Rahu and Shatabisha in detail, a very detailed video on Rahu in in Sattvisha. So if you want a deeper understanding of how Rahu in Sattvisha will affect you in 2026, I would suggest you watching that video. It is quite detailed. I will only talk about the most important things of Rahu in Sattvisha. Here, while Rahu remains in Sattvisha in the second house, Rahu will remain in this particular nakshatra until the first half of 2026, until June end. So here you may notice some new financial opportunities coming your way. Some of you may find new sources of income as well. However, even if money increases, there can still be a feeling that it is never enough. So basically, it can bring dissatisfaction. And for some people, the desire to earn more and more can become so strong that it creates a temptation for quick money or shortcut methods. This is where you need to be very careful. Walking on ethical path is extremely important, because only ethical efforts give long-lasting financial stability. Also remember that Saturn is Rahu's dispositor here. Even though Rahu co-rules Aquarius, but Saturn is the main lord, and Saturn will have the final say. So staying on the right path truly matters. Speech becomes very important during this period. Rahu in Sattvisha can make your words sound sharp, blunt, or too direct, sometimes without you realizing it. This can affect your relationship at home, at work. So try to speak with sensitivity and maturity. Money can come in, but it may also go out quickly. Liquid cash may not stay in hand for long. Because of this, spending wisely and saving wherever possible will help you a lot. It is also important to take care of your food, your drinking habits. Try to eat clean and healthy, and if possible, stay away from intoxicants like alcohol, smoking, or similar substances, as they can disturb both health and finances during this phase. Then on June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra. So here, ambition related to wealth, recognition, and stability can increase strongly. You may feel a strong push to prove yourself or improve your financial position. This can bring progress, but only if ambition is handled with realism and ethics. Otherwise, it can turn into impulsive or risky choices. This is also the time when you need to be extra calm and mature with your family members, because Dhanishta is ruled by Mars, and Mars is also connected to your fourth house, your domestic matters. Emotional reactions at home can easily escalate if not handled wisely. Financial improvement is possible here, but emotional balance is equally important. Then on November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, which is your ascendant. This is a very significant transit because Rahu will directly influence you, your personality, and your life direction. You may feel more ambitious, more driven, and more focused on changing something about yourself, your overall path in life, your looks. Confidence will rise, which is good, but there is also risk of overconfidence. Self-awareness becomes very important here. Pause and ask yourself whether your actions are coming from clarity or from confusion, ego, or restlessness. If this transit turns challenging or negative, then ego issues can increase. There is also possibility of manipulation, either someone trying to influence you, manipulate you, or you may influence others or manipulate others. So stay alert and be careful, especially when it comes to fraud or misleading situations, and stay on an ethical path. Now let's talk about one of the most important sensitive periods which will be happening during the first half of 2026, which is in the month of February-March 2026. During this time, Sun, Mercury, Mars, and Venus will join Rahu in the sign of Aquarius, your second house. This combination will stay active for almost approximately 2 months. And these planets will enter Aquarius at different dates in the month of February. This is a phase where calmness becomes absolutely essential. Emotions can run high and anger can come out very easily, especially through speech. Family relationships can be affected during this time. And even small matters can turn into bigger issues if words are not chosen carefully. Financial ups and downs are also possible, and sudden changes may be seen within the family environment. Health needs attention during this phase, both for you and family members. Anger, stress, and frequent arguments can drain your energy. This is why it is important to stay composed and act with wisdom. Think many times before speaking, because words spoken in anger during this phase can hurt deeply and create long-term damage. Try to keep communication honest, calm, and warm and gentle as much as possible. Apart from that, health, as said earlier, throat-related issues, eye-related issues may also show up, or even teeth-related issues as well. So do not ignore physical signals. Financial frauds are also possible during these 2 months. So stay alert and avoid blind trust. Now coming to Ketu. Ketu as of now is present in the sign of Leo, your 8th house. Until Ketu is present in Leo, you need to be careful with your health. Some issues may remain hidden or unnoticed while Ketu is here, and you may only realize later. So do not ignore your health, especially if you already have any ongoing health concerns. This period can also bring challenges related to in-laws or joint finances with your spouse. Extra care is needed to avoid accidents or injuries. At the same time, Ketu in the 8th house can sharpen your intuition, your inner voice can become stronger, so try to listen to it. On March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. During this phase, ego clashes or anger-related issues can arise within the family or with your spouse. Staying calm and avoiding unnecessary arguments will help a lot. Think carefully before reacting or investing money, especially in speculative markets. This period can be highly supportive for people involved in healing, research, technical fields, or spiritual fields or spiritual healing or practices. Sudden financial gains are also possible only if your chart supports. I have already spoken in detail about Jupiter, Mars and Ketu combination, which will be happening both in Cancer and Leo. So I will not repeat that here for Capricorn natives. Finally, on November 25, Ketu will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 7th house. This transit can either bring challenges in marriage or a sense of emotional or physical distance. If it works positively in your chart, then it can bring a deep soul level connection with your partner. However, because Cancer is an emotional sign, emotional ups and downs and misunderstandings can be seen in marital life. Communication may feel difficult, and you may not always understand why your partner is reacting in a certain way or in a certain manner. If you're involved in business, especially business partnerships, this period needs caution. Ups and downs in businesses, specifically in business partnerships, are possible, and it is better to avoid starting new partnerships during this period, as existing partnerships may also need patience and clarity to handle things properly. Now, who will be affected the most? Those who have Moon in the 1st house, in the 2nd house, in the 7th and in the 8th house may feel this period more heavy this entire 2026. If you have any major planet or any planet placed in Magha, Mula or Ashwini Nakshatra, then you need to be careful. And track the days whenever moon transits your first house, your third house, your 7th, 8th, and your 12th house. These are the transits of moon which can bring some important events in your life. Not every time, obviously not every time, but you need to observe these dates. For the remedial measures, I would highly suggest you chanting Vishnu Sahasranam, because it is only Lord Narayan who can handle this heavy energy of Rahu and Ketu. Narayan can control Rahu and Ketu. So chant Vishnu Sahasranam at least 2 times a day, one in the morning and one before going to bed. You can also chant Shri Krishna Sharnam Mama at least 108 times a day, or at least whenever you get time. It will really help you in bringing clarity and clarity of decisions, and will help you in the most difficult periods as well. Aquarius Ascendant and Moon sign. For Aquarius natives, I will first begin with Saturn, your Ascendant Lord. Saturn, as of now, is transiting the sign of Pisces, your 2nd house, in the nakshatra of Pura Bhadrapada. Then on January 20, Saturn will move into Uttar Bhadrapada nakshatra. For Aquarius native, Saturn is your 1st lord and your 12th lord. So Saturn's movement will always affect you very deeply, both mentally and practically. When Saturn comes into Uttar Bhadrapada, it can increase responsibilities related to your family and finances, because both Saturn and this nakshatra represents responsibility, discipline and duty. Because Saturn is sitting in the 2nd house, you may feel that your focus has shifted more towards family matters, financial stability, finances, and managing your resources more carefully. This is a phase where unnecessary expenses should be strictly avoided. Money can go out easily if spending is not controlled. Cash in hand may not stay for long unless you plan your expenses wisely. This is a period where budgeting, saving, and financial discipline becomes very important. Along with finances, Saturn will also push you to take your health, diet, and lifestyle more seriously. If these areas are ignored, health issues may slowly develop, and especially and this can cause some major issues. And you need to be careful about health issues related to eyes, mouth, throat, or digestion. So it's better to be cautious rather than regret later on. Saturn from the 2nd house will aspect your 4th house, your 8th house, and your 11th house. Because of this, you may need to pay attention to your mother's health, and some concerns related to home, property, or domestic responsibilities may come up. Financially, there can be improvement and gains, but they may come with limitations or delays. Saturn gives results, but only after effort and patience. This transit can push you out of your comfort zone. Saturn will encourage you to focus only on what truly matters for your long-term growth, both personally and professionally. You may feel pressured at times, but this pressure is meant to make you stronger and more mature. Since Saturn is also influencing your 8th house, some hidden issues, health issues may surface. This is not meant to scare you, but to remind you to listen to your body. Ego clashes with in-laws are also possible, so handling relationships with maturity will help you a lot. This is not a good time to invest in speculative investment. Recklessly invest in speculative markets or any risky place or market. If you are connected to government job, then this period can bring promotions or increments, but only if your birth chart supports. Saturn will only reward sincere effort. The most important lesson Saturn teaches during this time is to understand the difference between needs and desires. Saturn will support only genuine, realistic desires, not those driven by greed or comparison. You will be pushed to ask yourself whether something is truly necessary or just something you want because of external influence. Unless you are deeply caught in the illusion created by Rahu, Saturn will help you to see this difference clearly. Then on May 17, Saturn will enter Revati Nakshatra. If you have been feeling heaviness related to family or finances earlier, this weight may start to reduce slightly. Not completely, but slightly. Enough to give you some breathing space. During this phase, you may gain better clarity about saving, long-term security, and how to manage money in a more balanced and a matured way. This is also a good time to work on improving communication within the family. If there have been misunderstanding or emotional distance, this period can help in healing and rebuilding those bonds, provided you make the effort. Until Saturn remains in Pisces, you need to be very mindful of your words. Communication may become direct or blunt at times, and without intention, your words may hurt others. Speaking calmly and with warmth and thoughtfully will protect your relationships. Healthcare should continue to be a priority during this entire phase until Saturn is present in your second house. Then in the month of July, Saturn will go retrograde in Revati. Then on October 9, retrograde Saturn will move back into Uttar Bhadrapada, and then in the month of December, Saturn will finally turn direct in Uttar Bhadrapada. So throughout the year 2026, Saturn will keep moving back and forth between Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati. So basically for the entire 2026, until Saturn is present here in the sign of Pisces in both Uttar Bhadrapada and Revati, family, finances, responsibilities, health, communication will keep coming up again and asking for correction, maturity, and patience. If you handle these areas wisely, Saturn will support you and help you build something solid for the long term. Now coming to Jupiter. Jupiter is currently transiting the sign of Gemini, your 5th house. And it will remain here in the sign of Gemini until the first half of 2026, that is until June. While Jupiter is in the 5th house in Gemini, this is a very supportive and positive phase. If you are planning to conceive a child, this period is favorable for that. If you already have children, this transit helps resolve misunderstandings and strengthens emotional bonding with them. It is a beautiful time to spend quality moment with your children and enjoy happiness with them. Creativity, joy, and emotional connection will increase during this phase. For students, this is an excellent period for learning, studying, and intellectual growth. Even if you are not a student, this is a wonderful time to learn a new skill, gain new knowledge, or improve your profession, improve yourself professionally by improving your skills, upgrading your skills. Jupiter strongly supports education, wisdom, and personal growth here. Spiritual practices such as meditation, mantra chanting, and inner reflection are also well supported. Jupiter's aspect falls on your 1st, 9th, and your 11th house. So this makes it a very favorable period for spiritual growth, higher learning, long distance travel, and spiritual journeys. Luck may support you financially, and Jupiter's aspect on your ascendant can guide you towards the right direction in life. However, Rahu's influence on the ascendant can still create confusion or illusion, especially related to health and mental peace. Jupiter shows the right path, but it is your choice whether you follow the wisdom of Jupiter or illusion of Rahu. This is a time to practice contentment. Being satisfied with what you have and trusting your efforts is very important. The message during this period is doing your duty, performing your karma, without excessive attachment to results. Karma niyavadhikarasте ma phaleshu kadachana. This fits perfectly with for Aquarius natives. Avoid heavy or risky investments during 2026, especially if they are driven by any greed or impatience. Then on June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, your 6th house, its exaltation sign. Now, Jupiter in 6th house is not a very comfortable placement. Even though Jupiter gets exalted here in Cancer for Aquarius, but 6th house is not a very comfortable placement for Jupiter. During this time, discipline becomes extremely important. Eating on time, sleeping well, exercising regularly, and maintaining a healthy routine will decide how positively Jupiter works for you. The more consistent and disciplined you are, the more support Jupiter will give you. This placement is very helpful for competitive exams, especially if you have already put in hard work. If you have been unemployed or searching for a job for a long time, this phase can help you find employment. This is also a very good period for service industries, for people in service industries. This is also a very good period for helping others or working with NGOs or social causes. And this transit of Jupiter in Cancer will be much better from June till August. Then things will start changing from September onwards, because the most important and sensitive part of 2026 will begin from September onwards, when Mars will enter the sign of Cancer on September 18 and join Jupiter here. Mars gets debilitated here in Cancer, and Mars is your 3rd and your 10th lord. And on October 31st, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo, where it will come into tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. And just 12 days after that, Mars will enter the sign of Leo, joining Jupiter and Ketu. And from September onwards, Jupiter will start moving. Jupiter and Ketu both will start moving closer to each other within about 10 degrees, and their energies will begin to interact here deeply. We'll start to see the impact of Jupiter and Ketu coming together. This entire phase will be highly transformational, because this will be happening between your 6th and your 7th house. Your 6th house is also involved. So this highly activates your prarabdha karma, which means certain destined events may unfold. I have already explained this combination in the general section of 2026 and why it is important, why this combination is very important. I have given the reason that it happens between the borders of Leo and Cancer, which we call it as Gandanta. So if you want to know how it will work in your personal chart and what this entire combination is, then please go and check the general section of 2026. Now coming back to this combination, so there certain events may happen here which may bring some major events in your life, and this will help you clear your past karmic patterns, because this combination involves 3 major planets, fiery planets, Jupiter, Ketu and Mars. It may feel challenging and intense at times. Stress related to work, daily routine, health or conflicts with others may increase. There could be issues with competitors, enemies or workplace dynamics as well. Anger levels may rise and patience will be tested. Because the 6th and 7th house is involved, this is not considered a supportive time for getting married. It is better to avoid making marriage-related decisions during this phase from September 2026 until May, June 2027. Career-related changes can happen either in form of new opportunities or challenges depending on your personal chart. Not everything during this time will be negative. Jupiter's presence gives wisdom and protection, but only if you consciously choose calmness, maturity, and ethical actions. If you stay grounded, disciplined, and spiritually aware, this intense phase will bring protection to you. This will also bring some inner growth and long-term transformation, positive long-term transformations for you. If you are married, this phase can bring misunderstandings or heated arguments with your partner. If emotions are not handled properly, it can affect your relationship. It can also impact your public image. So whatever you do or say during this time may be noticed more than usual. And you need to handle this energy with maturity and calmness and wisdom. I also do not see this as a very supportive period for business, especially business partnerships. There can be ups and downs in business and partnerships, ups and downs, delays, or sudden changes. The intensity of these challenges will depend on your personal birth chart. So, for some people, it may be mild. For others, it may feel stronger. From September onwards, this period becomes quite sensitive, and that is why I would strongly suggest handling everything with wisdom of Jupiter rather than reacting with impulsiveness of Mars and Ketu. Please do not make or take blind decisions during this time. Think very carefully before taking any major step in your life, because the combination of Jupiter, Mars and Ketu will remain active together for the next 8 to 9 months in the sign of Cancer and Leo. And Mars will be going back and forth from Leo to Cancer, then again from Cancer to Leo. And Jupiter will also be going back and forth from Cancer to Leo and Leo to Cancer. And because these two planets will be connected with Ketu for the entire period for 8 or 9 months, either through conjunction or through near degrees, this will make this period a very sensitive phase. And it will be highly transformational, not just for you, but for everyone in different ways. Now coming to Rahu, at present, Rahu is transiting your Ascendant, your first house. I have already explained Rahu's transit in Satabisha in detail in my previous video on Rahu Satabisha. So I would highly suggest that you watch that video if you have not already. It will help you understand Rahu's behavior in Rahu's transit in Satabisha much more clearly, because Rahu will stay in this nakshatra until June end. I will only briefly touch upon the important points of Rahu in Satabisha. So first of all, Rahu here can give you confidence, courage, ambition, and a strong desire to move ahead in life. This can be a very powerful energy, but it can also make you overconfident at times. You may start believing too strongly in your own ideas or actions without checking reality. This is why self-awareness becomes very extremely important for Aquarius natives during this phase. If awareness is missing, then Rahu can inflate the ego or take you in the wrong direction. During this time, there is also a possibility of manipulation. Either others may try to manipulate you, or you may unknowingly manipulate others or situations, depending on how Rahu is working in your chart. Your personality and public image may go through some noticeable changes, and people may start seeing you differently. Because Saturn is also influencing your second house and Rahu is positioned in the first house, communication becomes a sensitive area. Speech can become blunt, harsh, or too direct, and this can hurt others without intention. So speaking thoughtfully and with with care will help protect your relationships, your reputation, and your professional image as well. Rahu in the first house can also increase desires and dissatisfaction, especially in Shatbisha. Some of you may have many things in life, yet still feel restless or unsatisfied. This can create anxiety, overthinking, and mental pressure about issues that may not even be real. Financially, Rahu can help uplift you, but if handled carelessly, it can also create risks such as fraud or wrong financial decisions. So please stay alert and avoid unnecessary expenses and be careful with luxury spending. At the same time, this is actually a very beautiful period for learning. Rahu supports gaining knowledge and new skills and unconventional learning. If there is something you have always wanted to study or a skill that can give you an edge in your career, then this is the time to do. This is the perfect time actually. Use this energy wisely, stay grounded, and let awareness guide you through this phase. Then on June 30, Rahu will enter Dhanishta Nakshatra. During this phase, your ambition may increase and the desire to achieve something big or to be recognized by others can become stronger. You may feel more driven or motivated, and you will also have the energy to work hard towards your goals. At the same time, it is very important to stay connected to your values and ethics. If this energy is used in a constructive and an honest manner, then it can take you far ahead. But if it is misused, it can also create imbalance. So awareness is very important here. Then lastly, on November 25, Rahu will enter the sign of Capricorn, which is your 12th house. When Rahu moves into the 12th house, expenses will increase. You will find yourself spending more on luxury items, imported products, or things that are not really necessary for you. There can be a tendency to spend money just to show status or impress others if it goes negative in your chart. Along with this, Rahu in the 12th house can bring mental restlessness, anxiety, disturbed sleep, and some health concerns. So, and this can also bring some unnecessary fears as well. So overthinking should be avoided. At the same time, Rahu in the 12th house with Rahu in the 12th house, this can be a very creative and imaginative period. This is actually a beautiful position for people working in fields, foreign related fields, or creative areas such as animation, designing, fictional writing, imagination, where imagination is needed. Someone into, this VFX and stuff. Someone into research work or any work that requires out-of-the-box thinking. For such people, this period can be quite supportive. If your chart supports it, some of you may also travel abroad or travel frequently. However, managing stress and finances will become very important during this phase. Now, coming to the most important phase during the first half of 2026. In the month of February 2026, Mars, Sun, Mercury, Venus all will enter the sign of Aquarius in conjunction with Rahu. These planets will enter on different dates in the month of February, and this combination will remain active for around approximately 2 months. Because this creates a very strong and fiery energy in your ascendant. So here anger and impulsive reactions can become very common and increase. So that is why it is extremely important to keep your mind calm and balanced during this time. This period can also bring disputes or tensions in marriage, and it is not a recommended time for getting married if you are unmarried. Health, both yours and your spouse's health needs attention. Communication becomes very sensitive, so words should be chosen carefully. Decision taken in anger or haste can easily backfire, so it is important to pause, reflect, and think deeply before taking any major step. At the same time, this is, if I consider the positives, then this is a very powerful energy. So if you want confidence, courage, or the strength to initiate something new, some bold action, then this period can support that. But only if that energy is used wisely and directed in the right way. Because this energy is very difficult to handle. It's a highly fiery energy. And because it is happening in the ascendant, it will feel very intense. And it can be difficult to handle for many people. Extra care should be taken to avoid accidents, head injuries, or fire-related issues, because these things can happen during this period if your chart supports. Specifically, accidents and head injuries. Since this affects your first house, some major events can happen during this period in your life, whether it is related to your marriage, your children, your career, home, or even your identity. And I will definitely make a separate video on this entire combination when the time comes. Now coming to Ketu. At present, Ketu is transiting the sign of Leo, your 7th house, in Pura Falguni Nakshatra. And on March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra, which is a nakshatra ruled by Ketu itself. While Ketu is in Pura Falguni, in the 7th house, you may experience some disturbances in relationships. That is why it is important to be very mindful of how you speak to your spouse or how you react to certain situations in your married life. If this transit works positively in your chart, then it can actually deepen the bond between you and your partner, which can create a soul level connection. The key here is to reduce ego and work together as a team. In business partnerships, this transit may bring some challenges, and in some cases even separation as well, both in personal life and in business partnership. However, that will depend on your chart. And for those involved in healing, counseling, consulting, or spiritual professions, this period can bring growth and some meaningful work for them. When Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra on March 29, ego clashes with partner, both your life partner and your professional, your business partner, can increase. Decisions taken in haste during this time can backfire. So it is better to think calmly, plan properly, and then act. Patience and maturity are very important here. Then on November 5, Ketu will move into the sign of Cancer, your 6th house. During this phase, you need to be cautious about your health. There can be some hidden health issues or problems that may not be immediately detectable. You may also feel lazy or disconnected from your daily routine life, which can affect your lifestyle. Try to stay away from conflicts during this phase as much as possible. And also, stress can also increase very easily during this period. At the same time, this is a good phase for those who are into healing, or those who are into service industry, or those who are into fields where they require to help others. For Aquarius natives, the most crucial period are from February and March, and then again from September onwards. Apart from these, whenever moon transits your 1st, 2nd, 6th, your 7th, 8th and 10th house, this is a good idea to observe what is happening in your life during those days. And these moon transits can sometimes, not every time, but can sometimes bring mental stress or emotional pressure. So it is good to handle things here with maturity and with wisdom. And also I have shared a lot about Jupiter Ketu Mars combination, so I will not be repeating it here again when I am discussing Ketu transit. For the remedial measures, chanting Vishnu Sahasranam, connecting with Narayan can be very helpful. Chanting Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha at least one mala, 108 times a day can bring balance and clarity. Narayan's energy will help calm the excessive influence of Rahu and Ketu and give you guidance towards the right path. This practice can bring clarity of mind, peace, and inner stability and help you move forward with wisdom rather than fear. Pisces Ascendant and Moon sign. At first, I will begin with Saturn. Saturn is moving through the sign of Pisces, your Ascendant, your first house. On January 20, Saturn will enter Uttar Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Well, the same sign. And this marks an important phase for Saturn's journey in for Pisces natives. Not only Pisces natives, but for everyone, because this will be the peak phase of Saturn's transit in the sign of Pisces. On a positive note, Saturn in Uttar Bhadrapada in the first house can be deeply spiritual. This period can slowly guide you towards self-realization and inner growth. It gives you a chance to reflect on your life, your purpose, and your soul's journey. If you are open to it, this can be a meaningful time for personal and spiritual evolution. At the same time, Saturn is also the lord of your 11th and your 12th house. And as the 12th house lord sitting in the first house, it will ask you to be careful with your health. You may feel low on energy at times, or you may notice a tendency to delay things or feel lazy. This is also the phase where Saturn's influence becomes quite strong for Pisces, so changes in your life may feel more noticeable. These changes can affect your overall life, your health, your body, your mindset, your work, your overall direction in life. It is the best not to resist these changes. Try to stay open and allow these transformations to happen naturally. Health needs special attention during this phase. Issues related to legs, feet, joints, or any long-standing health concerns should not be ignored. This is also a good time to work seriously on your health and lifestyle, including weight management, as long as you stay disciplined and consistent. At the same time, be aware of procrastination, as Saturn can make you put things off if you are not mindful. Professionally, this can be a supportive phase for people working in healing fields such as medicine, hospitals, therapy, or spiritual healing. Saturn supports hard work, discipline, and service. So sincere effort in such areas can bring steady results. From the first house, Saturn will be aspecting or is aspecting your third house, your 7th house, and your 10th house. And because of this, communication becomes very important. How you speak, how you plan, and how you present your goals, yourself, will shape how see others you. Saturn's influence on the third house helps you think more practically and plan better. Though you may face delays or small obstacles along the way, patience will be your biggest strength here. Saturn's influence on the 7th house can bring relationship matters to the surface. Some unresolved issues in marriage or in business partnerships may come up, asking you to handle things maturely. For business owners, partnership-related challenges may also arise, and Saturn will expect you to deal with them responsibly rather than avoiding them. With Saturn influencing your 10th house, work life can feel demanding. You may notice office politics, pressure from seniors, or misunderstandings with colleagues. At the same time, this period can also bring job opportunities, especially if you have been searching for work for a long time. Responsibilities at work are likely to increase and the workload may feel heavy. But this is also how Saturn helps you grow stronger and more stable in the long run. Overall, this is a very transformative phase for Pisces natives. But if you stay patient, disciplined, and honest with yourself and with your actions, Saturn will help you build a more solid foundation for your future. Even if process feels slow or challenging at times. Now on May 17, Saturn will move into Revati Nakshatra. Revati is lighter in nature compared to Uttar Bhadrapada. Although pressure may still be there, but it will feel a little easier to handle. You may start understanding yourself better and things may feel slightly more manageable than before. The seriousness will remain, but your inner clarity will slowly improve. Even while Saturn is in Revati, some common themes will continue as long as Saturn stays in Pisces in your first house. On a personal level, you may still feel heavy at times. You might feel more serious, withdrawn, or burdened with responsibilities. Life may push you to grow up faster than you expect. Your physical energy may go up and down, but Saturn will keep testing you through practical life lessons. These lessons are meant to strengthen you. Over time, Saturn will reshape your identity, your self-discipline, your inner strength, and it will slowly teach you many things in your life, including patience. Saturn in Revati can also bring family, home, or marriage-related matters to the surface so they can be worked on properly. If your chart supports it, this period can even bring marriage for those who are unmarried. Saturn will go retrograde in Revati on July 27 and later on October 9, Saturn will move back into Uttar Bhadrapada, and on December 11, Saturn will turn direct here in Uttar Bhadrapada. And because of this back and forth movement between Revati and Uttar Bhadrapada, certain themes may repeat throughout the year 2026. You may feel like you are revisiting the same lessons again and again, but each time with a little more maturity and understanding. Now let's talk about Jupiter. Jupiter, as of now, is transiting your 4th house, the sign of Gemini, and will remain in this sign for the first half of 2026. Jupiter in Gemini in the 4th house, this can bring more peace, comfort, and positivity in your home environment. You may feel more relaxed at times and emotionally more settled. This is a phase where your family, especially your mother, can become a strong source of support. And this is a phase where your family, especially your mother, can become a strong source of support and guidance for you. Since Jupiter is your ascendant lord, your focus during this time will shift more towards home, your emotional well-being and inner stability. This can also be a supportive period for matters related to property or settling down, if your chart allows. At the same time, this period can bring important changes in your career as well. These changes can be positive, especially if you have been struggling to find work or stability in your profession. Jupiter can open new doors, but because Saturn is also influencing your 10th house, results may come only through patience, responsibility, and effort, and slowly. But Jupiter's aspect on the 10th house, Jupiter's support will help you handle challenges with more wisdom and calmness. This phase can also bring certain hidden health issues to your attention, not to trouble you, but to make you aware so that you can take care of them. Once you start addressing these concerns seriously, Jupiter's guidance will help you. This will happen because Jupiter is influencing your 8th house. And this fifth aspect of Jupiter on the 8th house can also bring some transformations as well in your life. Since Rahu is also aspecting this house, some major life changes may happen during this time. This is also a very good period if you want to study something deeply or explore a subject during this period. Research, learning, and inner exploration will be well supported now. Jupiter's aspect on the 12th house can create opportunities related to foreign travel or work abroad, only if your chart supports. Spiritually, this is a very strong phase. If Rahu works positively for you, then this phase can bring relief from overthinking, sleep issues, or mental restlessness. Spiritual practices like meditation, prayer, or reflection, self-reflection can bring a lot of peace, both mentally and physically. One suggestion during this time for Pisces native is to stay away from intoxication and anything that disturbs your mental and physical health, especially while Rahu is present in your 12th house. Choosing simplicity and inner balance will help you get the best results from this transit. Then on June 2, Jupiter will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 5th house. From June until August 2026, this will be a supportive period and positive time when it comes to children or planning for children. If you are trying to conceive, this period can be helpful provided your chart supports it. If you already have children, this is a beautiful time to reconnect with them or spend some quality time together and strengthen your bond. You may naturally feel more involved in their lives and feel the need to guide them in the right direction. This period is also very good for creativity and spiritual growth. If you are involved in any creative or spiritual field, you may feel more inspired and uplifted during this time. Emotionally, this phase can feel lighter and more joyful. For students, this is a very supportive period to focus on studies. Learning becomes easier and understanding also improves. And this is a time when you should really make use of, because such transits do not come again and again. For those involved in teaching in fields related to mentoring or any profession related to guidance, this period can bring growth and satisfaction as well. Overall, this phase can improve your luck as well and can bring gains and can also help you heal emotionally and mentally. Now let's talk about one of the most important and sensitive phases of the second half of 2026. In the month of September, Mars will enter the sign of Cancer. At the same time, Jupiter will move closer to Ketu. Jupiter and Ketu will start moving closer to each other within about 10 degrees. And this means they will start influencing each other. With Mars also joining this energy, things can feel intense, since all of this will happen between the border of Cancer and Leo, between your 5th and your 6th house. And Cancer and Leo borders, the border between Cancer and Leo is called Gandanta, so it can bring major changes and important events in your life. If you are pregnant during this period, it is very important to be extra careful with your health. Please take proper rest and do not ignore any signs from your body. The health of your children will also need attention, or some important events related to them may come up. For students and even for your children, focus may reduce during this time. Distractions can increase and it may feel harder to concentrate on studies. This phase can also create challenges in love relationships. Some relationships may go through stress, and for some people this can even bring breakups. For Pisces natives, this is a very important period, because your Ascendant Lord is involved here, and health-wise you need to take care as well. And if you have Moon in Pisces, Cancer or Leo, or if you have any major planets or any planet placed in these signs, you may feel this phase more strongly. During this period, it is very important to be wise with your decisions. Please do not act in hurry. Think carefully before taking any major action. Be extra cautious with money matters. Try to save as much as possible and avoid unnecessary expenses. Family-related issues can also arise, so patience and calm communication will be very important. You may also feel dissatisfied with the entertainment or the enjoyment part of your life, as if you are not able to relax fully. Try to stay away from arguments and disputes as well during this period. On October 30, 30 or 31, Jupiter will enter the sign of Leo and come into direct tight conjunction with Ketu in Magha Nakshatra. And just 12 days later, Mars will also enter the sign of Leo. So during this phase, you need to be very careful with your speech and actions. Try not to react impulsively. Staying away from conflicts will be extremely important, because unnecessary arguments during this time can lead to long-term problems, including legal issues, if it doesn't go positive for you. Being mindful and calm will help you a lot. One very important thing to remember is that this energy, Jupiter, Mars and Ketu energy combination, will not be short-lived. Jupiter and Mars will be moving back to Cancer from Leo. Both will be moving back and forth between Cancer and Leo. And Mars will be moving very slowly. And as I said, Jupiter will also be going back and forth in Leo and Cancer. And because of the slow movement of Mars, and because your Jupiter is also involved here, so this intense energy can be highly transformational for you. And it can bring some major events as well in your life. Because of all this, this period can feel quite volatile from September onwards until mid-2027. Please be cautious about accidents and extra care of your health as well. This phase can bring major transformations in your life, as said, and it may also ask for certain sacrifices as well. While it may feel difficult at times, these changes are meant to push you towards long-term growth. I have already explained this energy in detail in general section of this video, so I would suggest that you watch that part as well. It will help you understand how this energy can work in your personal chart and why it is so important. Now coming to Rahu, at present Rahu is transiting the sign of Aquarius, your 12th house in Shatabisha Nakshatra. I have already made a detailed video on Rahu's influence in Shatabisha in detail, in depth, and I would strongly recommend you watching that video if you haven't watched, as everything mentioned there will remain relevant even here in 2026. I will also share the link of that video in the description box below. Just to give you a simple overview here about Rahu and Shatabisha, that is a period where this is a period when you need to stay away from harmful habits like alcohol, drugs, smoking, or anything that disturbs your health. Rahu in this nakshatra can strongly enhance imagination and creativity, which is wonderful for people working in creative or innovative fields such as writing, art, animation, research, or fictional work. However, Rahu here can also increase expenses. So it is very important to be mindful of where your money is going. As long as Rahu stays in this nakshatra, please take care of your health, manage your sleep properly, and try to maintain balance in your life. Choosing simplicity and awareness during this time will help you get the best result from this transit. Then on June 30, Rahu will move into Dhanishta Nakshatra while still staying in the sign of Aquarius, which is your 12th house. During this time, restlessness may increase, especially related to expenses and emotional uncertainty. You may feel mentally unsettled without clearly understanding why. This is a phase where you need to be very careful with impulsive decisions, because quick choices made during this time may later bring regret. This period can strongly affect your sleep, as said earlier, so please try to maintain a healthy sleep routine. Lack of proper rest can slowly impact your health as well. It is important to take care of your father's health as well during this phase. If you are traveling, especially long distance or foreign travel, please be extra cautious. Rahu in Dhanishta can bring certain situations which are sudden. So awareness and patience will help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Now let's talk about one of the most important phases of 2026, which will happen in the first half of 2026. In February, a very strong planetary event will take place in the sign of Aquarius in your 12th house, when Sun, Mars, Venus, Mercury will enter the sign of Aquarius. And it will come into conjunction with Rahu. And this is the first major planetary war that will happen in 2026 in Aquarius. The effect of this combination will last for almost 2 months, approximately from February till March, because these planets, Sun, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, will enter the sign of Aquarius in the month of February at different dates. And since all of this heavy energy will be active in your 12th house, health should be your priority. This period can bring excessive anxiety, overthinking, and mental restlessness. It is very important to be calm, to calm your mind as much as possible. Pisces natives may feel this phase more strongly because this is happening in the 12th house, and at the same time your 11th your 12th lord is positioned in the first house. So this creates an inner push and pull that can feel draining. During this time, please stay away from disputes and arguments as much as possible. Family related disagreements, health concerns can also pop up. Some important or unexpected events may happen, so staying calm and emotional balance will be very important. The best support during this phase comes from meditation, yoga, and spiritual practices. More than anything else, spirituality becomes essential during this period. It will help protect you, your mental peace, and guide you through challenges. Now coming to Ketu. Ketu as of now is transiting your 6th house, the sign of Leo. Ketu here can sometimes bring some health issues that are difficult to detect early. So regular checkups and preventive care are very important. Because Saturn is already placed in the 1st house and Ketu in the 6th and Rahu in the 12th, you may feel slowed down in your daily routine life. Laziness or procrastination can increase. So it is important to maintain discipline in your life. On March 29, Ketu will enter Magha Nakshatra. During this phase, you need to be careful about health issues related to digestion, stomach, or even sometimes kidneys for some people. Please listen to your body carefully and rest whenever needed. Do not ignore small symptoms and take timely action when it comes to your health. This is also the period where controlling anger becomes very important. Try to remain calm even if situations feel frustrating. You may face challenges from enemies or competitors during this time. But with patience and clarity, you will be able to overcome them and come out stronger. Be especially mindful of your speech because even small words spoken in anger can lead to misunderstandings or legal complications. I have already explained Jupiter-Mars Ketu combination for Pisces natives in detail earlier, so I will not repeat that here. Now on November 25, Ketu will enter the sign of Cancer, which is your 5th house. Spiritually, this is a very beautiful period. Inner detachment may increase and you may feel drawn towards spiritual understanding. However, during this time, pregnancy needs extra care as much as possible. Emotional impulsiveness may also increase if it doesn't go positive in your chart, and this can affect how others perceive you or even impact your public image. Decision making may feel confusing, so it is better to pause and reflect before acting. For students, this phase is very important. Focus may not come easily and distractions can increase, so extra effort will be required to stay disciplined with studies. Parents should pay attention to their children's health during this time as well as their emotional needs as well. Some distance or misunderstandings with children can arise, but patience and a warm communication will help you resolve things. Now, who will be the most affected during 2026. Those who have moon in Pisces, Cancer, Leo or Aquarius needs to be extra careful. Jupiter's movement throughout the year will become very important for you because it is your ascendant lord, especially from September onwards. And if you have any major planet placed in the sign of Cancer and Leo, it is important to stay alert. For remedial part, again, chanting Vishnu Sahasranam and Sarvottam Stotra will be very beneficial. Chanting Shri Krishna Sharnam Mama will bring mental peace, protection and clarity during this intense phase for you.